educação. Apesar de, em Portugal e seguramente em muitos países da União Europeia, termos um plano de recuperação das aprendizagens, não podemos esquecer que durante a pandemia 11 milhões de meninas perderam o sistema formal de educação, e este indicador significa que uma geração inteira não vai terminar os estudos. Por fim, mas não menos importante, quero-vos falar daquilo que hoje é considerada a pandemia sombra, a violência doméstica. Ou seja, durante a pandemia, muitas mulheres foram obrigadas a ficar em casa, coagidas a agressões diversas pelos seus companheiros que as maltratavam. Calcula-se para cada 3 meses de confinamento, mais 15 milhões de mulheres no mundo foram vítimas de agressões domésticas. Em Portugal, o Governo antecipou um conjunto de medidas para apoiar as vítimas e, bem, o que fez estancar este surto infernal de agressões em relações tóxicas. Não podemos esquecer que, se estas vulnerabilidades atingem todas as pessoas, mais as mulheres, ainda atingem mais as mulheres com deficiência, as mulheres que pertencem a minorias étnicas, LGBTI, as pessoas imigrantes e as pessoas refugiadas, fragilizando a sua emancipação e a sua autonomia. Dizer ainda que é chocante verificar o aproveitamento que alguns líderes políticos europeus fizeram desta crise para alavancar as suas agendas autoritárias, xenófobas e sexistas, aproveitando esta situação para se fazer uma perseguição às pessoas LGBTI e introduzirem graves restrições nos direitos das mulheres à interrupção voluntária da gravidez. Ora, não podemos esquecer nunca e muito mais, em situação de crise sanitária, que o acesso universal à saúde e à saúde sexual e reprodutiva é um direito humano. Perante este panorama, chegou a hora de tratarmos estas injustiças como emergência global que requerem medidas urgentes, como defende António Guterres, secretário-geral da ONU, em português. Chegou a hora da geração da igualdade assumir a liderança por um mundo mais justo que não deixe ninguém para trás. Um plano Marshall para a igualdade. Chegou a hora de sonharmos, como disse Ursula von der Leyen, a Europa como um lugar onde mulheres e raparigas se sintam protagonistas das suas vidas. Ou a hora, como disse Simone de Beauvoir, de mudar o destino social de metade da humanidade. É por isso a hora, e digo perante um comitê com muitas responsabilidades nesta matéria, onde depositamos muita esperança, de considerarmos a economia, isto é muito importante, a economia do cuidado e o trabalho não pago como parte integrante da economia do futuro. Estou a terminar, pois não existe desenvolvimento económico sem mulheres, como defende o Banco Mundial. É por isso a hora da urgência de um tempo solidário e coletivo para eliminar as desigualdades e as injustiças que minam de raiz a saúde de toda a humanidade, também como disse o Papa Francisco. E se não for agora, que tanto temos de recuperar, que tantas prioridades temos de estabelecer, que tantas medidas tivemos de inventar, que tantos atalhos temos de fazer, quando será? A Europa não pode faltar a esta chamada. Muito obrigada.
The possibilities, or one of the big words that came up in our Slido was solidarity and opportunity, and it shows that when we can come together in the interests of whatever different groups they are and whatever categories people are falling into, that we can work together to create the type of Europe, the type of EU that we dream of, with the values that we dream of. But again, I think it emphasises that we can only achieve that by being active. And even, you know, it's been said that it just takes a few people to be silent in order for inequality to grow and for injustice to develop. So I'm preaching to the converted by the very fact that you're here in this room or that you're taking part online. But it's a strong message nonetheless, and one that should encourage us to continue to stay engaged. So thank you very much for such a powerful speech. On that, before I give the floor to our next speaker, I wanted to go back to the Slido app that we're using and give you the opportunity to tell us what you think about the conference on the future of Europe, how that's hit you, what you know about it. There's a simple question. If you remember the app and the hashtag Connecting EU 2021, then you will also see that there's a question there. How much do you know about the conference on the future of Europe? And it's anonymous, so don't worry if you decide to answer B, which is what is that? I don't know what it is, or rings a bell, but I'm not sure, or A, which is that you're an expert on it and you know everything about it. Our next speaker is an expert on it, but it's good to get a taste from our audience as to how informed you are about the conference. So we'll see as that results start to come up. But in the meantime, I'll introduce you to Danielle Rosario. Danielle is a spokesperson of the European Commission's representative here in Portugal and has a lot of expertise and understanding on the conference on the future of Europe, and I think will very practically take us through the interactive platform that is in place online. Rather than trying to describe what it is, I think it's best to immediately give you the floor, and I think you'll take the floor from your seat so that we can see as you give us a very practical explanation on the platform. The floor is yours, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Killian, and good morning, everyone. I would like to start first by saluting my fellow panelists in this event. The President of the EESC, President Francisco Assis, Deputada Elsa Pais, Professor Poiares Maduro. Thank you very much to the EESC for organizing this event and for inviting the European Commission to join the event. And thank you very much, the previous speakers, for so many inspiring words. As Killian said, what I will talk about, I will talk about how the platform, multilingual digital platform of the conference works. It will be a more down-to-earth intervention following some of the speeches that we were privileged to hear just now. But the idea is to how when we think about what can we do with so many inspiring ideas and with so many sometimes heated debates we have among friends, among colleagues, how to make those words reach those who have the power to decide, who have the power to turn some of those ideas in some practical decisions that can change our lives. How can we make sure that those words are heard and go beyond the coffee table where we have a discussion or go beyond this room? One of the answers lies in the conference on the future of Europe and in this brilliant, I would dare to say, instrument, the multilingual digital platform that you can see on the screen. It's a platform that it's available to anyone, and we encourage every citizen organization to take part in this process, and one of the best tools to do it is through this digital platform that is available in all the official languages of the European Union. And it's a very simple and user-friendly platform and instrument where you can have an overview of what's going on the conference since it started earlier this year, what events are taking place, and also what to do if you, as an individual, want to take part in the discussion, or as an individual or an organization want to organize an event to make sure that your ideas are heard by those who decide. And this is particularly important for people like you attending this conference, who have the role of multiplying these ideas, who have an outreach that sometimes institutions like the European Commission, the European Parliament or the Council do not have in reaching citizens and hearing their concerns and telling them how they can make sure that these concerns are heard. Just to give you a brief overview of the platform, so it's very user-friendly. You can immediately jump if you are interested in events taking place near you. You have an overview of events taking place all over Europe and the world. And if we zoom in Portugal and Lisbon, you can see that Here, this tiny little dot is the Azores, where tomorrow an event is taking place on the Atlantic dimension, international security. It's an event co-organized by the Portuguese government, the European Parliament, the European Commission, the Economic and Social Committee as well. And it's one of the many events taking place in Portugal and in Europe. And right here in Lisbon, as we speak right now, our event is also registered on the platform. It's these three little dots here, so anyone can look up, take part, register, and make their voice heard. Also, as a citizen, as an organization, if you want to take part, to get involved in the Conference on the Future of Europe, there is a very easy-to-use guide in the platform that you can have access to. I can explain it in wonderful and simple words, but this is very well done on the site of the platform. What I can encourage you to do is to acquaint yourselves with the platform, and what is most important, register. Register yourselves as citizens, register as organizations, and take part in the debates. You can take part in the debates through the platform by interacting directly with other European citizens, or by organizing events that are then registered on the platform and that produce some conclusions that are included also in the platform. So the platform is, I would say, the most open, the most transparent instrument for citizens to take part in this process. It's open to everyone's participation. It's open to qualitative and to quantitative inputs, but it's not by far the only element of the process of the conference. As you know, the conference is structured around the discussion of these topics that are identified here, but there is also space, and we encourage people to also bring up other ideas that are not covered by those main topics that were already identified. Here you can learn how to get involved yourselves, how to organize an event in very simple terms, even for people and entities that do not have much experience organizing events. There are these step-by-step guides available on how to do from A to Z, from the moment you have an idea to the moment you decide to share the results of that discussion in the platform. So what happens to these inputs, to these contributions made through the platform? This is a graphic presentation. It's as good or as bad as any other graphic presentation that tries to simplify some processes. How to do from A to Z, from the moment you have an idea to the moment you decide to share the results of that discussion. This is not me, I don't know what's happening. This is a graphic presentation, it's as good or as bad. I would be. This is not me, I don't know what's happening. I would be more worried if it was a recording of what I was going to say rather than what I just said, but I will keep trying. So, coming back to this wonderful picture behind me on the big screen. So, on the top left corner, what you see is the digital. I would be more worried if it was a recording of what I was going to say. Even the jokes are not funny, like the attempted jokes. So on the top left corner, you see the platform that I just very briefly described, and all the contributions and inputs from the platform are shared with other instruments and elements of this ecosystem that is the Conference on the Future of Europe. On the top, you see what is described here as the national citizens panels. These are the events that are organized by individuals, by organizations, following the rules established and shared in the digital platform, and that can also produce inputs. One of the other ways and tools are these, in the middle you see the 4 European citizens panels. These are 4 panels formed each by 200 citizens that were randomly selected and that represent the geographical, the gender diversity of the EU, and that will gather 3 or 4 times to discuss some topics. And then there are also the plenary sessions of the conference. And the plenary, it's a body that will gather representatives of the European Parliament, of national parliaments, of governments, of the Committee of Regions, of the European Economic and Social Committee, that will also share ideas with the citizen panels, that will receive ideas from the panels, from the digital platform. And the idea is to create a dynamic, to create an ecosystem where these ideas circulate, are shared, are discussed, and then are turned into something more tangible. And this will be done at a certain stage when all these, the result of this joint and people's reflection, as Killian said at the beginning, we want this to be a human and a people-centered process. When these ideas reach the executive board. The executive board is formed by representatives of the 3 European institutions, the European Parliament, the Council, and the European Commission, who then will present a report to the joint presidency of the Conference on the Future of Europe. And this joint presidency is shared by the President of the European Commission, the President of the Council, and the President of the European Parliament, who will then follow up on all this, on this process, on these ideas, trying to turn the results and the inputs received during this month into tangible and meaningful proposals that hopefully will make a difference in the way Europe is discussed, and especially in the way Europe is heard by its leaders, and in the way these leaders turn some of these ideas and allow these ideas to shape their actions and their decisions in the benefit of European citizens. And I will stop my presentation here. And of course, we, European Commission here in Portugal, but also in other member states, we have representations in Brussels. The European Commission is and will be a driving force behind this process, willing to support whoever wants to organize events on the Conference on the Future of Europe. But I would end by saying and encourage you again to please register, please spread the word on the conference, please acquaint yourselves with this instrument and make the most out of it. Thank you very much.
We can talk very theoretically, and it's good to see that there's something very tangible in place. Now, so we've gone from some very inspirational speeches.
Please acquaint yourselves
No, please.
Instrument and make the most out of it. Thank you very much.
Margarita, just leave it off is better. Yeah, we'll skip the Slido bit. Yes, from some inspirational ideas to some practical ideas and how this works. But I think it's also important that we are not afraid to be critical of the process and to really look at whether this is working for us, whether it's the right instrument or not, and how it's working in practice. It's a very ambitious idea, Conference on the Future of Europe. It's very easy to surround ourselves with those who are engaged with it and to feel like it's reaching everywhere and not to have space for all of the voices that can offer some criticism of where it could be better or where it can reach out further. We know that a lot of people are putting a huge amount of energy and work into making this a success, just as we are at the committee in order to ensure that we can connect with as many different stakeholders and communities as possible to feed into the process. And today is very much a part of that. Now, I'm very excited to have a conversation with our next guest before we go to our first coffee break of the day, Mr. Miguel Pujares Maduro. I'm delighted to have you here, first of all, as the Gulbenkian Foundation Future Forum chair of that. But once I looked at all of the other positions you hold and all of your achievements, I'm sure you're already well known to many of our audience So firstly, to thank you for the hospitality in having us in this space. But I also think for those of you who are not familiar with Mr. Maduro, you should be aware that he holds the chair of the Global School of Law at the Catholic University in Portugal and is also the Executive Board Chair of the European Digital Media Observatory. Throughout looking at this very impressive political and academic career, I also note that you have served as Advocate General at the European Court of Justice. And then I went on to read that you had headed the School of Transitional Governance at the European University Institute in Florence, where you continue to be a visiting professor, and you have taught at many top law universities in Portugal, in the USA and around Europe. And if that wasn't enough, you also have that very political perspective of a few years ago being Minister Adjunct for the Portuguese Prime Minister and also the Minister for Regional Development. So I think a very impressive CV. I'd like to welcome you to the floor and to the conversation. I believe you're wearing a microphone, yes. And I think it might be... I
believe it's working, so yes.
Yes, hopefully you can be heard. And I guess to follow on from initially what I was just saying about, you know, what works and what doesn't work with the Conference on the Future of Europe, are you finding that in your experience of it, that there have been topics that have been omitted, or do you think that what's been discussed is the correct thing, or what are your thoughts on this?
Well, to a large extent, we still don't know what is the answer to that question. On the one hand, if we see the list of topics that has been developed, it's very broad. It basically encompasses almost anything that we could imagine and discuss about the European Union. And I think it was intentionally so, because particularly to leave freedom to the citizens' panels to decide and come up with proposals on what they believe it's really important for the European Union. I had the opportunity and the honor to be one of the experts that talked to these citizens' panels. I was invited to do so. And I have to say that I was actually told what is a very difficult exercise, particularly for anyone that knows and is engaged with EU issues, not to steer them. So I was told that I was to answer their questions, reply to their doubts, but try not to steer them in any direction. And so I realized that there is a big effort that is being done. And I think it's the way the deliberative panels of this type, citizens' deliberative panels, are supposed to work, to leave as much as possible of freedom of deliberation to these citizens, not to try to guide them in a particular direction or another, to provide them information, but let themselves reach the conclusions on what they believe to be more important. And so, to a large extent, it will depend on what citizens themselves will think to be more important on those panels, and therefore then propose to the Secretariat and the Presidency of the Conference of Europe, where different institutions are represented. But at the same time, we know that this presidency is going to select among those proposals which ones are then going to be object of political deliberation, including among national governments and with the EU institutions. And so one of the issues is precisely how that filter will be done. So what will be the most important topics will not simply be a function of what citizens, either through the participation in the platform or through the citizens' panels, will decide is more important, but then what institutions and member states and national governments in particular will decide to be so. And we know, for example, that there's a big tension already between, apparently my mic is not working so well, so that there is a big tension already between those institutions, such as the European Parliament, that believe that the conference should be open to the possibility of proposing and leading to treaty amendments, and institutions such as the Council on the other one. So the Parliament believes that that ought to be the case, but the Council strongly opposes that. And of course, whether you will have the possibility of treaty amendments or not determines to a large extent the scope of what might result from this conference on the future of Europe. So this is the first point. To a large extent, we don't know. And to a large extent, we know that there is an underlying tension that has not been resolved in the process on whether the process could actually lead to treaty amendments or instead should leave any treaty amendment on the side. And that naturally will limit the scope of what will result from the conference. The second aspect is that I think the process itself, including this discussion, already highlights what in my view is actually the deepest problem and challenge the Union face. I often say the problem with the European Union is that we do not know what citizens want. We actually know in a lot of respects. What the Union is no longer capable of doing is developing the political mechanisms and instruments of form of deliberation capable, susceptible of reconciling the different visions of what people want for Europe. So we know actually that there are very contrasting views on what migration policies should be. We know there are very contrasting views on what the European Economic and Monetary Union should entail. What we really are no longer able to do in Europe is to have the political instruments to reconcile them. So it always looks that the Union is blocked and difficult to. So I think part of the exercise, and that's very difficult to be done, and I don't think it can be done at the level of the panels, but it will have to be done at a certain moment, is how we reorganize politically the Union. The problem of the Union is one of political culture. How we reorganize politically the European Union so that that the Union is capable of politically reconciling these different preferences that we see around Europe on a variety of topics of high salience and other topics that to a large extent divide us. But what the purpose of politics is to find ways of reconciling that. And I think there are two main problems that explain that. And that the origin is an asymmetry between where policies increasingly need to be defined. Through our interdependence, there's an increasing number of areas that need to be decided at the transnational level. So policies increasingly have to be decided at the transnational level, but politics is still deeply nationally framed. And because politics is shaped, basically, the European democratic deficit is the deficit of national democracies. It's national democracies that have not incorporated the consequences of interdependence, and because they haven't, they then provide the wrong political incentives for our leaders at the EU level, and they cannot longer reconcile, and the Union seems to be blocked. So we have to work both at the level of politics of the Union and at the level of the reorganization of the policies of the Union to make these policies fit better and highlight better what is the added value of the European Union.
And do you see that as part of the conversation on the conference on the future of Europe? Does the structure allow for that? Or is it, I mean, we've talked very much about the content, about hearing from citizens and what they want. And you're kind of talking about that, well, we know some of that already. It's the structures that we need to talk about. Do you see that as part of the process also?
I think part of it, yes, because there are elements that trigger that debate. So when we discuss, for example, the question of what the Spitzenkandidat, I've been one of the persons that initially most strongly defended that proposal. The idea that the way we make relevant European Parliament elections and the way we promote more left-wing politics, left-right politics in Europe, instead of simply politics that are for or against Europe, is by making of the European Parliament elections the choice for political leadership in Europe, for an executive in Europe. That's the idea of the Spitzenkandidat. And so whoever gets the majority in Parliament should, as a consequence of the elections, should become the leader of the EU executive, the president of the European Commission. When we're discussing that, we are trying to address that issue of politics. Reorganizing European politics, making it less, again, simply a question of whether you are for or against Europe, but creating the possibility that European Parliament elections will be a choice among different political programs and political platforms for Europe. So that's one way of doing it. Another one is how we reorganize EU policies or EU resources. The way you organize EU resources strongly changes how European citizens are actually open to what the Union should actually do and how much money the Union should have. Let me give you the example of a study that I did to actually test. I've been proposing for many years the development of EU genuine own resources. The easiest thing, EU-wide taxes, if you want. I think they are crucial to change the narrative and the way citizens approach the European Union. Because the way normally the Union funds itself shapes the perception of the European Union. How? If the Union funds itself mostly through contributions from national budgets, then you are creating a zero-sum game at the level of the European Union, because you're basically saying that the Union is distributing money from the member states. And you get the question of net beneficiaries, net contributors. Everything becomes a zero-sum game about the European Union. Instead, if you organize EU resources at the level of EU-wide resources, taxes that the European Union applies to activities that in many instances can no longer be adequately and effectively taxed at the national level, then the discussion will be how to redistribute the wealth that is generated by the European Union itself. And we did a study in 10 member states of the European Union, asking people two different sets of questions. The first one was simply, do you think the European Union should have more money and your member state less money, the budgets, or the opposite? And you saw a very strong difference between southern and northern and central European countries, between net beneficiaries and net contributors in terms of the budget, how it is currently constructed. Instead, we then asked, not that, but simply, do you think the European Union should have a EU-wide tax on CO2 emissions? Do you think the European Union should have a tax on digital companies? Even a tax on companies in general at the EU-wide level? In every member state, there was a majority in favor. So depending how you framed how the Union was going to get its resources, you will get support for the European Union to have more resources or not. So this shows the extent on how changing the way we organize the resources changes the narrative about Europe and how citizens relate to it. And that's an important question that I hope, at least I try to put it on the table for citizens. But the same thing regarding policies. If we focus on policies where the European added value is more obvious, one is digital, because why? Our individual member states can no longer effectively regulate big tech companies. They simply have no effective regulatory power over transnational organizations and transnational companies of that type, because they have even no regulatory authority. I mean, if individual member states, particularly small and medium states, will try to regulate Google or Facebook, they will simply say, well, if you try to impose that on us, we don't accept it, and if necessary, we won't operate on your market. Instead, if it's the European Union, it has the scale, the dimension to bring regulatory authority. I mean, another area I always give is sports. It's 3.5% of the EU GDP, totally unregulated. And why? Because, again, it's transnational. In nature, the organizations that organize it are transnational. Member states individual don't have. So working on those kinds of issues, it's also a matter of highlighting to citizens the added value of the Union.
Okay, and when we look at, I mean, they're very structural issues. When we look then at the other side of it, the role of civil society in this, and when we look at the type of figures that we have for the level of engagement, I mean, standing on their own, they're very high. When we look into some of the breakdown of these figures and look at the gender balance, for example, in who's contributing, or the geographical balance, we begin to see some gaps. But I mean, we could spend a long time just examining the detail of who's participating. But what about the value of the content of those participations, and from civil society in particular?
The value of the content of the participation, as you would expect on such wide participation, is very asymmetric. You have some very good contributions, some others that I wouldn't describe as very good. What I think is particularly interesting is the method that has been chosen. It's a high-risk method that has been chosen. There's an increased tendency to try to use citizens as deliberative assemblies. Though it's not only a matter of having a group of citizens that you invite to participate and that you have chosen a sample that is supposed to be representative of society, but it's also a matter of organizing the deliberative process in which those citizens take place in a way that is productive and conducive. So we know that, for example, if we organize referendums without any discussions, the risk of them being hijacked, the risk of them being manipulated is very high. But the idea is that if you put in place instead a real deliberative assembly, a process through which citizens first get knowledge, information, are obliged to listen to each other, to discuss with each other, we know that often the result of this deliberation is much better. What are the challenges in here? The first one is that normally deliberative assemblies such as this one, that is basically, the purpose of the European institutions is basically that if they involve citizens in this way, whatever will come out at the end will be more legitimate. This is clear. It's a matter of getting political capital, getting legitimacy for what's going to be done. But the difficulty, the first difficulty, is that deliberative assemblies of this time normally are focused on one issue. In here you have a page that is white, in blank. You are telling the citizens, you tell us what you want to decide on, and then you make the proposals. To do this, such an exercise is way more demanding. To do it in such a short period of time, also. So this is the first risk, the extent to which it is really feasible to do a deliberative assembly model in such a short period of time and with such a wide scope of potential issues. These citizens are not only called in to decide on one issue, whether they're in favor or against, they call in to decide on what they are going to decide in the first place. So it's very wide. Second challenge is that you might creating an expectation that you then will not be able to meet. So, I mean, if on the one hand the Council says we want no treaty amendment, but on the other you are saying to citizens representing Europe that they are supposed to represent European citizens, you can decide on whatever you think the Union should do, what you think is going to happen. They are not going to care whether there's a treaty amendment or not a treaty amendment involved. They are not legal terms. But moreover, the other institutions don't agree with the Council. They think so if there will be a wide scope of proposals, but these proposals, a lot of them will then not be endorsed by the institutions are setting themselves up to have a much bigger problem than they would not have without this. Yeah. I hope all the institutions have thought carefully about what's going to be the end of the process. Because if not, the expectations failure of what they created, if it's not matched, is going to create a problem that is even bigger than if the deliberative assemblies had not happened. Third issue that you already mentioned to a large extent is that when you open participation, it is very good in general, but of course, those that are more organized, more mobilized, participate more than the others. So participation, the fact that you have mechanisms for open and direct participation doesn't mean that you are fully represented all interests, and you have to take that into account. Those more active, those that have interest, more concentration, may have a stronger voice in the process than others.
Okay. Well, look, thank you for that. I think that really sets the scene for the day ahead and for tomorrow as well. The challenges are enormous. The opportunity seems enormous, but then it can be such a blank page, as you say, that it remains to be seen where the value is. And I think that's where we, as the European Economic and Social Committee, we're plugged directly into the institutions. We've set in the treaties that we have a role within there. And that's maybe where we can bring an added value, because we're collecting that information and we have the opportunity to ensure that those voices are heard within the institutions.
I think your role is certainly very important. And by the way, because I forgot it also, welcome on behalf of the President of the Gulbenkian that asked me to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it seems, thank you for those comments, and I think it's very valuable, so very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so you see from our schedule, we're running about 15 minutes behind schedule. It's one of the most important aspects of the conference now, the coffee break, where not only we get to have coffee, but interact with each other and speak to each other rather than all facing the same way here. So I'll pass in a true style of injustice, I'll pass my failings in keeping the time on to the first panel that will start. So, Stefano, that will put the pressure on you immediately. So we will start the first panel rather than at 11, as in your programme, but at 11:10. And I think that gives us enough time to have a coffee and get back here. Okay, thank you for this.
Now? 1, 2, 3.
Leave this here così.
So, your name? Excuse me, your name? Let me welcome you to the first panel of... Thank you, that's nice. I was hoping for a change of identity to freshen things up, but okay. So let me welcome you, as I was saying, to the first panel of the European Economic and Social Committee's Connecting EU seminar. I thank the EESC for the invitation to also participate. What kind of Europe do you dream of is, as we all know, the title of this seminar, and I would very much like to invite you all to dream of a Europe that is freed from COVID and the world freed from COVID. That would be lovely, and I think we badly need it. But we also have to work on making that dream come true. That is also why we are going to debate on this panel the health crisis and its impact on the future of Europe. I have been asked to also introduce myself, so here it goes. My name is Raquel Moron Lopes. I am a journalist. I work for the Portuguese public broadcaster, RTP. I used to work as a Brussels correspondent for a few years. Then I moved back to Lisbon, and from what you've seen of Lisbon weather, I think you can understand why. I mean, who can resist these beautiful blue skies? I am now part of the team that dedicates itself fully to European affairs. We have 2 radio and TV programs which are very, very interesting, and I invite you to obviously watch them and listen to them on RTP. But, well, enough for the publicity. Let's get to business, and let's put some names on the faces you're seeing here. We'll get to their short biographies in a moment, but for now, let me thank you all for joining me in this discussion and this panel that I'm so honored to moderate. Dr. Malgorzata Bonikowska, I'm very sorry because my pronunciation is not... Margherita, okay, as if you were Italian, so it sounds very... Margherita. Then Professor Annick de Ruyten, okay, good enough. Isabelle Marché and Lorenzo Consoli. Okay, so the pronunciation, this one I got it right. So for the next hour and a half, we'll devote ourselves to the debate on the impact that this health crisis will have on the future of Europe and is already having on its presence, as we all know, the consequences it may have on a more integrated Europe. And hopefully we will also be able to bring some hints, some suggestions on what Europe may be able to do when handling future health crises more effectively. I would like to start by inviting the EESC Employers Group President, Mr. Stefano Maglia. So let's change this again. Well, should I introduce you, or are you... Oh, okay, so please, you do have the floor. Welcome.
I think you need to arrange this or you leave it like this. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, still good morning, because I'm still with the hour back from where I come, which is an hour ahead of us. Good morning. It's indeed a pleasure to be here to open this first panel of today. And it is indeed an honor to be able to do that before such a distinguished panel of experts. In fact, when I was asked to do this, I was a bit hesitant, because when you read the bios of each of the people on the panel, you have to question exactly what you can add to what they will say. And in fact, the approach that I decided to take today is to give some reflections, observations, let's say, from a more lay point of view. Of course, coming from the background that I come, which is from the employers. And incidentally, the employers group is made up of 106 members. We are all coming from either employer organizations or from private enterprise itself. And the key difference from, let's say, any other institution is that our members, each and every week, travel back home. They integrate with the people and they operate with the people that they represent, or with their own companies. And then we go to Brussels, and we are basically taking the lessons and the experiences that we have at home in our countries to the Brussels so-called bubble. And I think this is the value added that we can provide. I've been asked to speak about the health crisis and its impact on the future of Europe. Purely by chance, just 2 days ago, as we were in Paris for a different meeting, I was discussing with a friend and colleague of mine coming from the workers' group. And one of the things I told him was, just imagine if we didn't have the vaccine at this moment in time. Seriously, just stop for a minute and ask yourselves, imagine we didn't have the vaccine today. Just imagine where we would be. So before talking about the future, I want us to think a bit about this present and also about the very recent past. Because if we were in a situation where we had no vaccine, where the only remedy is basically to keep people away from people, this was the only remedy we had before the vaccines came in. Just imagine the stress, just imagine the pressure on our health system, just imagine systems, just imagine the rush to build more wards, to be able to take in more patients. Imagine the stress to be able to produce more ventilators and to deliver them in the right places. And just imagine the pressure on our health professionals, on the people who did such a fantastic job in the past year and a half. And also, just imagine if we had no vaccines, what the impact on the economy would be. Just imagine for a moment. In lockdown, shops closed, factories trying to keep up some kind of production, tourism totally wiped out, and hundreds of thousands of jobs lost. But we produced the vaccine, and the vaccine is a game changer. And the vaccine didn't come about by chance. It came about because over the time, over decades, we have been building research and development capacity. Okay? The vaccines didn't come by some stroke of magic or by some stroke of luck, but we've been carrying out research and development on various vaccines, on various diseases over the past decades. And based on that, we, in record time, managed to produce a vaccine which today is a game changer. This is the reality. If we did not have the vaccine, then we would be, I would think that we would be in serious trouble. But also, what is important apart from the research and development capacity or capital or pool that we have built over the years is, of course, as well the legislative environment within which we work. The fact that we have a strong legislative environment, the fact that we create certainty, has allowed our health industry to undertake the research that is required. Of course, There has been private investment in this, but there has also been public investment in this, and we need to recognize it. This was a partnership between public and private investors, and the results, I think, are in front of us, and it's also a fact that Europe is the leading continent when it comes to produce vaccines. Now, we are in a situation where we have vaccines rolled out, new ones are coming online. The number of people being hospitalized is thankfully going down, although not enough. And we also have in place a digital certificate, which is allowing us in some way or another to gain back some kind of normality, with all the controversies around it, of which I am aware and I understand. However, the reality on the ground also is that with the digital certificate, we have managed to regain our freedom of movement by and large between the member states, something which I feel is extremely important. But what the pandemic has showed us, and this I would like to do a bit of a side observation, if I may. Okay? What the pandemic has shown us is that when we are faced with an extreme, almost existential threat, we're capable of undertaking change at a very fast rate. In a few months, we changed the way we were educating our children. In a few months, we changed the way we were buying our products, we were producing our products, the way we were communicating, the rapid pace with which we took on technology. And this gives me hope, because this is also about hope, gives me hope that for what I consider to be possibly the biggest challenge in front of us, climate change, we will as well be able to undertake the necessary changes. It has also showed us, the pandemic, that when faced with such a threat, we are able to cooperate as member states, okay, even in those areas which were previously considered to be taboo, no-fly zones. And I'm talking about health, of course. Health was seen, and is still, I would say, largely seen as an area of national competence. It's an area where only the member state has a right to say anything and has a right to do anything. But the reality is that because of what we were facing with the pandemic, what we have seen is that there is now cooperation between member states, and what we have seen is that citizens expect us to cooperate on health. If you see the Eurobarometer surveys, it's clear. Our citizens expect that the European Union will protect their health, and not only protect their health, but also protect their way of living. And I think this is also an important lesson that maybe we can draw from the current crisis. And indeed, we all know that the EU has got involved. It has got involved in the way, or in the, let's say, in the production of the vaccines, in the delivery of the vaccines, in the production of ventilators, the delivery of ventilators, and we have also put together an unprecedented financial package aimed at helping the European Union recover from the COVID crisis. If you look at most of the recovery and resilience plans of the different member states, you will see that there's hundreds of millions being put into projects which are health projects. Why? To increase the capacity of member states, to increase the capacity of the European Union to react. And we are also developing a health union, something which was unthinkable till more than 2 years ago. Okay? We have put together the Health Emergency Response Authority, which will allow us to be able to coordinate any future pandemics. Let's face it, the initial reactions from the member states were hardly something to be proud of. The initial reaction was a nationalistic reaction. Okay? It was the nations who were trying to get as much protective equipment for their health professionals, as many ventilators for their patients, etc., etc. But now, thankfully, we've seen that there was cooperation between the member states, and now we have also this authority being put in place, which will help us prepare better, will help us detect faster, and also react faster. And of course, and I know this is also a bit controversial, because it was also mentioned this morning, we have done all this within the space of the treaties we have. Okay? Now, of course, I know there is a lot of discussion as to whether we should open the treaties or not, but my view is that within the structure of the treaties we've had, whereas before we thought that it would be impossible to cooperate on health, for example, we found that it is indeed possible. And therefore, I think that we do have room for maneuver within the current treaties. But of course, we are far from being out of the woods. Okay? The virus, we all know, is still very active, especially at this particular point in time. There is a continued risk of variants that we keep on seeing and hoping that this will not come about. And unfortunately, and I say this really unfortunately, we still see that there are countries, regions, areas where the number of vaccinated or double vaccinated citizens is very low. We have seen some tremendous improvements. I mean, Portugal is a case in point. Portugal, you could say, started off somewhat badly in the COVID pandemic, but today is one of the star performers when it comes to vaccination. So we're talking about Spain, Portugal, and indeed my country, Malta, well over 80%, double vaccinated. But then we have countries which are below 50%. Okay? And this, of course, is causing considerable difficulties, and it is leading to death, to loss of life. Okay? We need to be clear that this choice is clearly leading towards loss of life. And also, it will bring me to another point, and I am starting to conclude, the issue of fake news or misinformation. Okay, we all know about it, we've all read about it, and unfortunately it's still very present out there. Okay, and unfortunately a number of people continue to take decisions on this kind of misinformation. Misinformation which is causing people to lose their lives. On this we need to be very clear. And another, I would say, aspect highlighted by this pandemic is the need for accountability of the media platforms. Okay? It's clear that there needs to be a sense of accountability. And again, this might be controversial in some areas. We cannot just talk to these social platforms and tell them you need to be responsible, but I believe that we need European legislation to make sure that they are responsible for what they carry and for what they do. And it also, and I really must thank them here, highlighted the importance of having independent and professional journalists. Okay? This has once again highlighted the importance of having people who are really independent, who fiercely defend their independence and are very professional. And it is these people who are the frontliners in, I would say, the war on misinformation. So, to conclude, because I want to, of course, we want to all listen to the panel, and I am especially interested in hearing the debate as it will go along. I would like to leave 5 key takeaways, if I can. First and foremost, the EU, as an interinstitutional structure, has become more important than ever. Okay? We've always felt that the EU is important along the decades of history, but I think this pandemic has once again highlighted how important the EU is as an interinstitutional structure. Second takeaway, our citizens clearly expect the EU to protect their health. This might have been an expectation which was not there before, but now it is clearly defined and is there. The citizens expect the EU to protect their health and to protect their way of life. The third key message is that investment in innovation and research has to continue to be at the forefront of all our actions. And they are not talking only about technology and manufacturing of products. I'm talking also in the health area. Investment in innovation and research and protection of intellectual property rights. We need to protect also that area, because if we create uncertainty, all we will see is a flight of talent, research, which will go to other continents where they can find more certainty. The fourth message is that the current treaties provide us with a good scope for more cooperation, even in an area such as health, where we previously thought that we could not indeed discuss such a topic. And finally, information, communication, and professional journalism needs to become an integral part in all the actions that we take. It's not only in health, it's not only in communication, in media legislation, but we need to always ensure that communication, information, and the scope for journalists to work in an independent and professional manner is vital. So I will conclude by saying, because I am an optimist by nature and I want to finish off on an optimistic note, in a very short time, I think we have come a very long way. There's indeed still a lot to do, but if you had to ask me, from where I stand today, I think the glass is more than half full. I will now leave it in your learned hands to take us forward in this discussion. Thank you very much.
Very interesting inputs that we'll make sure to include in our debate. Well, we all know how it's been. COVID is our top concern, and it has been our top concern for 2 years now. And even when we think things might be getting a bit better, well, they're not quite there yet, and we're seeing that again. Europe is once again battling high infection rates. There are several member states that are tightening measures. In Portugal, there's talk of that as well. We'll know a bit more of that from the authorities later this week. But it impacts our lives tremendously. It is, as I was saying, our top concern. In a special Eurobarometer survey carried out in the end of 2020, 6 out of 10 Europeans, 6 out of 10, agreed that the coronavirus crisis has made them reflect on the future of Europe. And this is, well, food for thought, I would say, and I would suggest that we take this as a starting point for our discussion. And I would like to address directly Lorenzo Consoli. He has been covering every domain of EU affairs since '91. He was born in Italy but is based in Brussels. He has been president of the Brussels International Press Association and has taught European journalism and communication in Brussels as well. Mr. Consoli now writes about Europe for ASCA News Agency. Thank you, Lorenzo. I think we can talk to each other on a first name basis since we're both journalists. And as a journalist who has closely followed EU's response to the pandemic directly from Brussels, what do you think about the way that the EU has managed the pandemic compared to other parts of the world, and more importantly, compared to previous crises? Would you say that there are some aspects that we should praise, or everything is to be criticized? I'm very much interested to hear from you, so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. Yes, I was there. I followed every single day the evolution of the crisis since when the COVID-19 arrived into Europe, in my country first, in Lombardy, which was a tragic moment. Well, let's go fast. I think there was a moment in which there were a lot of doubts about the way the EU was, in particular the Commission, was managing the crisis, and I think there was that moment in particular when the incredible tactics, deceiving tactics of AstraZeneca put the European Commission in a very difficult situation, because they were actually not respecting the contracts that had been done. There was a lot of criticism about the fact that the EU had been naive, perhaps, and the contracts were not clear enough, or were ambiguous. And then the vaccination effort actually worked, and worked very well. Also because I think the Commission understood that they had to do everything to avoid that the little crisis with AstraZeneca could hamper their efforts. So they went to Pfizer, BioNTech, and they made new agreements with them, and they worked. It worked well. what I want to say is that actually there are two issues in which the EU has worked well, has managed well the crisis, has responded in a good way. And these are exactly the vaccination efforts, notwithstanding these first problems, and of course the certificate, the COVID certificate. What is interesting, I think, in this is that there are two different bases for the decision in these two issues. For the vaccination efforts, we know there's no legal basis in the treaty. Actually, the legal basis in the treaty is not enough. We have in the treaty Article 4 that says that the treaty on the functioning of the EU, Article 4K says that health is a shared competence. But then in Article 168 of the same treaty, this competence is very limited, and it doesn't actually give the possibility to the EU to have a common policy on health. And I think other colleagues will say something about this, the need of common policy on health. But the treaty as it is now does not allow a real common policy on health. So what happened there? There was a coordinated effort. There was a lot of cooperation between the Commission and Member States. There was the understanding of the gravity of the situation. And this is very important. Member States understood that it was in their national interest to cooperate with the Commission in order to have this joint procurement, advanced joint procurement contracts with the producers of the vaccines, in order to be sure to have the vaccines, all of them, also the ones that had less market power. You can imagine what would have happened if, instead of having these common efforts based on cooperation, voluntary cooperation by member states in a domain where there was no clear competence of the EU, if this had not happened, what would have happened in member states that have no market power, that have very, very little market power? You know, all the vaccines would have gone to Germany, to France, to Italy, and the small member states would have had a lot of problems to vaccinate their people. So this was a big success. It was a big success based on cooperation, on voluntary adherence of the member states to this effort, to this common effort. But there was a clear understanding by all member states that was in their national interest to do it. Let's see what happened with the other successful story, which is the the certification for the certificate for COVID. In that case, the EU acted on the basis of a different article of the treaty. And this is quite interesting. I don't know how many of you know that it was Article actually 77 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU. You know what it relates to? Nothing to do with health. It relates to the circulation of third country nationals within the Union. It has nothing to do with health. But this allowed the Commission to propose a certificate for the people that had to circulate after having the vaccination, or you know what the certificate is. That was very, very useful. That was used a lot and that was successful. Now I think there are, I don't know how many countries also outside of Europe that are adopting this certificate. I think there are 59 countries. In this case, that was not cooperation, that was not voluntary participation by member states, it was a regulation with direct implementation in the member states. And it was possible because the Commission found this little article that had nothing to do with health. So this, and third thing I want to say about this is, remember how many recommendations the EU has made. The Commission had to propose the recommendation to the Council, then the Council issued the recommendations. The recommendations are not binding. how many of these recommendations about the health policy, about the measures that member states were taking, about considering red or green or yellow each zone of the EU, etc., how many of these recommendations were not respected by member states? Because they were not forced to respect them. And many of them didn't. They didn't even take, they approved them in the Council, but then they didn't. So my conclusion on this is we do need, and we have the momentum for doing it, we do need a change in the treaty. We do need to consider health as one of the shared competence of the EU, as a single market, as the environment, as many other policies, because we need a common policy on health. And I don't think that even if the Commission was very creative in the actions that they took in HERA, which I think my colleague will present later, what HERA is, and also the Health Emergency Response Authority that you were mentioning before. It was very creative. But my doubt is that once the clear understanding of member states that this is in their interest to participate, not to hamper these efforts, is gone for any reason, because we are not in a big crisis anymore, because they have special national interest, industrial interest, then the real capacity of the EU to act in this field would not be there. And we will be in the situation. Do you remember, I was in Lisbon many other times before. I was in Lisbon in 2000 when there was this decision about the Lisbon agenda, which had to make the EU economy the best economy in the world based on knowledge by 2010. By 2005, the Commission decided this was not the case anymore and they forgot it. Why? But why? Because it was based on the open cooperation method, where member states voluntarily decided to participate. There was nothing binding. And this was a disaster. It was a disaster. Okay? So forget the open cooperation method. It doesn't work. What works is binding measures decided together, but that together they have to respect all member states based on the treaty. So the treaty needs to be changed. And it needs to be changed not only for health policy, it needs to be changed also for industrial policy. Because industrial policy, like health policy, and even less than health policy, is not a shared competence. It's an exclusive competence of member states. Member states decide, and the EU has not the power to harmonize. The only power the EU has is to call member states to cooperate. Now, how do we succeed in reaching the strategic autonomy? We are talking a lot of strategic autonomy in this moment. The strategic autonomy that we need today, where the supply chain, the value chains on the market are under control of the EU and not, they don't risk to be stranded, you know, in China's hands or India or anybody else that can decide that at a certain moment the supply chain is interrupted, the value chain cannot go on anymore because they have other interests. How do we do this if we don't have an industrial policy which is a common policy in the EU? We need to change the treaty also for industrial policy. We need both the common health policy and the common industrial policy. We need to change at the beginning of the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU, Article 4 and Article 6, and we need to change the competences. This was decided in Lisbon as well. In 2007, when there was the Treaty of Lisbon, I was there as well, and this is when they decided how the competences had to be shared between member states and the EU. This is another change that has to be done. And then, probably I have to finish, I don't know. Okay, let me just say this, and then I finish. These are the two changes which are absolutely essential, and there is momentum for that. But there are other two changes which are very, very important, and they have nothing to, I mean, they are not directly linked to health. But one is the changing in the fiscal rules of the EU, the Stability Pact. This is now under discussion. But as you know, the austerity policies in the prior crisis were a disaster because, in particular for health, the health services were not financed anymore for what was needed in member states, in many member states. Not in Germany, but in Italy, in Portugal, in Spain, everywhere, in Greece. You know, a lot of money was distracted from the need to finance the health services in this country. We need now the EU to decide, and this is legislation, this is not a change in the treaty, this is just secondary legislation. The Stability Pact has to be changed. Investments, public investments have to be encouraged and supported by the EU. And I finish, also the Next Generation EU. This is a fantastic development in the EU because for the first time we have done this. We have issued common debt for a common objective. And we have done it first with SURE, the SURE program, and then in a much larger scale with Next Generation EU. This is something that was considered absolutely impossible until few months before the decision was taken in July last year. It was considered impossible, and then we are doing it. And the money is flowing towards the member states, almost all of them. And we have to be able to repeat this experience for other objectives, common objectives, objectives that are decided together with the same method because it works. That's what we need for the future of Europe, and I think that the COVID drama, the COVID crisis, has opened up this new perspective for European integration, a momentum that we have to really use now for these 4 changes I just said. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you for this very passionate intervention that shows us that we maybe need a legislative revolution in the European Union. Let's see. Well, as you mentioned, you're obviously a strong defender of change in the treaties, since they do not allow the EU to have a proper common health policy, as we know, that would empower a really unite and prompt response, which gives us the perfect reason to speak to Professor Aniek de Ruyter. Did I get it right this time? Maybe. Well, I'm going to introduce you very quickly. You are the co-initiator with Gastein European Health Forum of a manifesto for a European Health Union. You are also Associate Professor of Health, Law and Policy at the University of Amsterdam and Director of the Law Center for Health and Life. You are a legal expert on public and global health. Thank you very much for joining us. The EU still, as we know, has limited competence in public health policy. The primary competence is still with the member states, which, well, don't seem very eager sometimes to give it away. Can you tell us what treaty changes are needed to give more powers to the EU in this field? And what is your European Health Union manifesto about? I'm very curious about that.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you also very much for being here. The involvement of the EU in the field of health has been very much crisis-driven in the past, or sometimes also through the need in other policies and to do something about health. So then there would be some power that would spill over into health, and there would be a need to for instance, regulate the milk market. You need to do something about bovine tuberculosis. So there was a spillover effect there. But largely, the role of the EU has been crisis-driven, as they say. And you can see that, throughout the 80s, we have the HIV/AIDS outbreak. Then there's the BSE crisis, which is a very important constitutional moment for the EU's role in health. Then there's the swine flu outbreak. And now, of course, there's COVID-19. And we see again that this opens up a window of opportunity for legal change. And this is also, the previous speaker is really talking about that. Like we should use COVID-19 as a window of opportunity to make the EU more relevant for citizens. And one of the things that is clearly relevant for citizens is health. And why have member states resisted more power in the field of health? Clearly, health is something that is politically very sensitive. It involves a lot of money at member states level. level. And it also involves political capital. It's part of our, when we talk about national elections, a lot of the time it deals with what is part of our basic basket of care, for instance. So for member states to give away power in such an important field that involves so much public spending, is of course logical. That they wouldn't do that so easily. But any time that there is a crisis, there's also clearly also now a need to say, okay, maybe we can solve things together a little bit more easily. It's not the case that law needs to change in order for the EU to make health law and policy. And we have seen that. We were able to purchase vaccines together when that was needed. And there is a large body of EU health law and policy without an actual legal basis. And as the previous speaker said in Article 168, harmonization of national health laws is prohibited. That is the general rule. But has that stopped the inroads of EU law in the field of health? No, it hasn't, not at all. So what is the actual problem? Why should we actually want a treaty change if you don't really need it to create substantive health laws and policies? Is it really the treaty basis that is stopping the EU from playing a larger role in the field of health? And in my mind, and in the minds of the people that created the manifesto, that is not the case. The case is that it's a matter of politics. It's a matter of health politics. If the member states want more EU health policy and law, it would have been created, either on the basis of the internal market, agriculture, employment. There are all kinds of other fields, and just now there was another example in Article 77. So there's all kinds of other legal bases that can be used to create health law and policy. So it's a matter of policy that is in the way of a stronger role of the EU, and not a matter of law. And so why then still would we want a treaty change? And so when we started talking about, when we saw the proposal of the European Health Union by the Commission, what we thought as a group within the Gastein Forum coming together is, well, this is again a very crisis-driven proposal. We're looking at emergency powers for the ECDC, the EMA, the European Commission, and of course the HERA proposal is all about preparedness for the next pandemic. And is that really what a European Health Union should be about? Is the European Union and what binds us together not our common understanding of solidarity in the field of health, our common understanding of access to universal access to healthcare, values that bind us together of trust, and all kinds of other reasons why in all of the member states you will see some shared ideas about how people should have access to preventive health, to mental health, how we should deal with health literacy, etc. And so we were thinking, actually, I mean, if we're now in this window of opportunity of thinking about what a European health union should be, it should be much more holistic. And it shouldn't only be about dealing with the next emergency, it should be about actual public health. It should be about actual resilience of healthcare systems. And so that is why we created this manifesto. And in the context of that manifesto, we started thinking about, okay, what do we need to do with the treaties? Because do we actually need more power at EU level to create more health policy and to create this kind of holistic idea of a health union? And we thought, no, we actually don't, that everything is there. Everything is right there to do that. The only thing that we're missing is health politics. And that has two components. One is budget, and Professor Maduro already talked about that this morning. But the other thing is a constitutional order, a constitutional basis to create a political discussion about health. And when you look at the national level, you see that health politics are created by the health professions. The experts in health are very crucial to the political discussions about what policy choices we make in this field. And that also creates a lot of legitimacy. So you see in the health ministries, a lot of the professionals, health professionals are involved. And what happens when we talk about health in the EU? Well, now we're talking about health in the context of the internal market. Is it the health people that are involved at that level? No, they're not. Because the constitutional way that the EU has organized the discussion, the political discussion about health, is that there is no power. And that means the most important reason to change the treaty would be to involve the people that would deal with health at national level, because the EU is nothing except for a bundling of member states. Where is health care delivered? Where do people need all kinds of services? It's in the member states. The EU is just a construct, a legal construct. And so what you want the EU to do is to create a political, the venue for a political discussion around health, and to involve the people that are actually dealing with health at the national level. And that right now is not possible. And that is why we would need a treaty change. Not to create more a stronger role for the EU in health, but to create a more a fuller political discussion around health, also at EU level. Because otherwise, the people that need to implement all the laws that are made at EU level is the health community at national level, and they keep resisting the EU because their counterparts in the market, in enterprise, in employment have made the health laws at EU level. Right? So this also, I think, explains a lot of the resistance of member states against a stronger role of the EU, because they don't like the law that is coming from the EU, and they're constantly having to deal with that. And their response has always been, whenever there was a treaty change, to say, okay, let's not have more power for the EU in the field of health. But they have sidelined themselves by doing that. And they have sidelined themselves vis-à-vis their colleagues in other policy areas. And I think this is the core reason why the EU should have a stronger role in health. And the paradoxical result of this could actually be that we will see less EU in health, that we will see less EU policy coming from the EU, and that we might even see less of an inroads in the very sensitive, very expensive policy area that health is, in every member state in the EU. And so, if you want to follow these ideas and also to follow kind of the more substantive ideas that we have around a European health union, please go to our website and you can sign the manifesto, and you can also look in what our ideas are for a more holistic idea of a European health union.
Thank you, Professor. Well, as we all know and heard from both Professor the writer and Mr. Consoli, treaty changes have been a particular challenge for the EU. But we also know that we have to deal with things with whatever instruments we have, and that is also what the EU tried to do, let's say. And for that reason, I would very much like to hear from Isabelle Marché, who has been following these initiatives closely. I'm obviously going to introduce you as well. You are an associate researcher on health matters at the Jacques Delors Institute. Ms. Marché has written several papers on the current health crisis, the vaccine race and the COVAX mechanism, the COVID certificate and the future health authority. That is why, Ms. Marché, I'm very interested to know your view on HERA, the health authority recently announced by the European Commission. What do you expect from it? How should it work? Should it have a clear public health mission or simply respond to whatever crisis arises? Please, Ms. Marché, share your ideas with us.
Merci. Alors, si vous le permettez, je vais parler en français. Diversité linguistique oblige. Avant de parler de l'ERA à proprement dit, laissez-moi rappeler juste 2-3 points qui ont déjà été évoqués. D'abord, la crise sanitaire, au-delà donc des graves difficultés qui avaient été rencontrées dans les toutes premières semaines, a confirmé vraiment l'importance de la solidarité et de l'action commune en matière notamment de santé. Donc, comme l'ont montré les gestes d'entraide entre les États membres au début de la crise, par exemple les transferts de patients, et surtout avec cette décision qui était tout à fait majeure, donc de confier à la Commission le soin de négocier des contrats d'achat anticipés en matière de vaccins. Mais cette crise a aussi mis en lumière un certain nombre de faiblesses européennes en matière notamment de prévention, de lutte contre les pandémies. On peut citer le manque d'informations et de données, c'est-à-dire qu'on ne disposait pas de plan global de préparation, d'indicateurs communs, un manque aussi de moyens financiers, notamment pour les recherches dites à haut risque, c'est-à-dire sans garantie de retour sur investissement, le manque aussi de coordination en matière notamment de recherche, d'essais cliniques, et enfin le manque de visibilité sur les stocks de produits, de matériel, d'équipements médicaux et plus largement sur les chaînes de production. Alors, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que tout cela a obligé, en fait, la crise a obligé les 27 à prendre rapidement un certain nombre de mesures. Donc, plusieurs propositions ont été présentées ces derniers mois, comme vous le savez sans doute. Il y a d'abord donc ce règlement un peu chapeau sur les menaces transfrontières graves pour la santé qui, en fait, encadre ce nouveau dispositif de préparation et de réaction aux crises sanitaires au niveau de l'UE. Vous avez aussi le renforcement proposé du mandat et des moyens de l'Agence européenne des médicaments et du Centre européen de prévention et de contrôle des maladies. Et vous avez donc, comme on l'a évoqué, l'instauration de l'ERA, donc cette nouvelle autorité européenne de préparation et de réaction aux menaces sanitaires. Alors, on peut dire, oui, que cette nouvelle autorité représente une véritable avancée dans le dispositif européen. Il n'existait jusqu'à présent à l'échelle de l'Union européenne, en fait, aucun organisme comparable à la BARDA américaine, donc cette autorité de recherche et développement de pointe en matière biomédicale. Alors, attention, l'ERA, même si on a beaucoup parlé de la BARDA, ne prétend pas dupliquer la BARDA. Par exemple, elle n'a pas de compétences en matière de défense, mais elle va permettre à l'Union européenne de se préparer et de répondre rapidement, le moment venu, à une série de menaces sanitaires, épidémiques bien sûr, mais aussi des menaces chimiques, biologiques, radiologiques, nucléaires et autres. Alors, pour gagner en temps, en efficacité, la Commission a décidé de créer, mi-septembre, un service dédié en son sein, donc ce qui offre plusieurs atouts. D'abord, une mise en place rapide, puisque l'ERA a déjà commencé à fonctionner et devrait être pleinement opérationnelle dès 2022, donc après l'adoption du règlement concernant les mesures urgentes. D'autre part, cette autorité va bénéficier d'un financement substantiel que l'on évalue à environ 30 milliards d'euros sur 6 ans, donc c'est-à-dire 2022-2027. Alors, l'ERA va s'appuyer sur un budget propre de 6 milliards d'euros provenant du cadre financier pluriannuel actuel et qui sera alimenté essentiellement par le programme santé EU for Health, par le programme de recherche Horizon Europe et par l'instrument de relance Next Generation EU. Mais d'autres programmes vont être mis à contribution à hauteur d'environ 24 milliards d'euros pour améliorer plus largement la résilience et la préparation des systèmes de santé. Enfin, l'ERA va mobiliser des financements publics et privés au niveau national, donc avec différents instruments, des prêts, des garanties, des fonds propres, qui pourraient en fait constituer un important effet de levier pour susciter suffisamment d'investissements dans ce domaine. Alors, l'ERA va agir de deux manières. Elle agira en amont, donc avec des mesures de prévention en phase de préparation. Elle va agir en aval avec des mesures d'urgence en temps de crise, donc pour veiller à la sécurité sanitaire des Européens à tout moment. Alors pour ça, sa mission recouvre une très large panoplie de tâches. Donc il s'agira de renforcer la coordination au niveau de l'Union européenne, c'est-à-dire d'évaluer les menaces, de collecter des renseignements, d'élaborer même des modèles de prévision. Donc autant de choses qui ont manqué en fait dans la crise actuelle. Il s'agira aussi de soutenir la recherche. Il y a notamment des réseaux européens d'essais cliniques sur les vaccins et traitements et via des plateformes aussi de partage rapide des données. Il s'agira aussi, peut-être surtout, donc, de remédier aux vulnérabilités, aux dépendances dans l'Union en matière de produits stratégiques. L'idée est vraiment d'avoir un système intégré qui permettra d'intervenir à toutes les étapes, le développement, la production, l'acquisition, l'inventaire et la constitution de stocks, et enfin le déploiement donc, de traitements, dispositifs et équipements médicaux. Alors, pour aboutir à ces résultats, l'ERA sera chargée notamment de cartographier, vraiment de surveiller systématiquement les chaînes d'approvisionnement pour identifier, prévenir d'éventuels goulets d'étranglement et donc des risques de pénurie. Elle procédera aussi à une cartographie donc, des capacités de production. Elle essaiera de nouer donc, des partenariats industriels dans la foulée de ce qui a déjà été fait là, pour les vaccins. Et elle essaiera de mettre en place des capacités de production flexibles qui seront disponibles le moment venu en cas de besoin. Et enfin, dès qu'une urgence de santé publique sera déclarée à l'échelle européenne, l'ERA pourra passer à la phase d'urgence, que ce soit en termes de décision, de recherche, de production, de financement et donc de possibilités d'achat conjoint. Alors oui, c'est une véritable avancée, mais cette nouvelle structure suscite quand même des interrogations et demandera sans doute une vigilance particulière sur certains points. D'abord, il s'agira peut-être d'améliorer la gouvernance, la transparence, la responsabilité de l'ERA. Donc, il est très important que cette autorité noue des partenariats avec les industriels, mais il faudra aussi peut-être faire attention à ce qu'elle dialogue davantage ou ce qu'elle dialogue avec la société civile, et notamment les patients, les soignants, les hôpitaux. Il faudra aussi veiller au financement. On aura un financement substantiel, mais attention que ça ne se fasse pas aux dépens d'autres actions, notamment prévues par le programme de santé, que ce soit en termes de prévention des maladies ou de renforcement des systèmes de santé. Donc ce sera peut-être nécessaire de vraiment compléter ce budget par des financements innovants, y compris par des partenariats publics-privés. Et plus largement, il s'agira d'assurer peut-être un monitoring aussi de ces terrains pour maintenir la pression, y compris en dehors de toute crise. Donc pour s'assurer vraiment que, le moment venu, elle soit prête à l'action. Alors, une clause de révision est prévue en 2025. Peut-être qu'à cette occasion, les discussions reprendront sur l'intérêt ou non de transformer l'ERA en une agence autonome. Donc ça, la question reste ouverte là-dessus. Donc, en conclusion, on peut dire que la crise sanitaire a eu un effet amplificateur d'un certain nombre de faiblesses et de forces de l'Europe. Donc oui, elle a déjà permis de renforcer l'intégration européenne, via notamment donc, les achats groupés de vaccins dont on a parlé, et avec cette mise en place de nouveaux outils de préparation et d'intervention, et donc en particulier de l'ERA. Mais les événements de ces derniers mois ont aussi confirmé l'urgence et l'importance donc, de mettre en place une véritable Europe de la santé, donc, qui sera capable d'affronter plus efficacement de nouvelles crises sanitaires, mais qui sera aussi, pour rejoindre ce qui a été dit, qui devra aussi répondre à des besoins en matière de santé publique. On voit que cette pandémie a aussi montré là-dessus un manque d'outils, un manque d'instruments, et aussi une trop faible culture européenne. Donc en matière de santé publique, il s'agit plus seulement de soins de santé, mais d'agir vraiment à tous les niveaux, y compris pour le maintien en bonne santé des citoyens européens. Voilà, donc je vous remercie.
Well, thank you, Ms. Marchais, for your view. We're coming to an end of this first part of the panel, and I would like to give the floor now for a broader picture, let's say, to Dr. Bonikowska, who is president... Margarita in Portuguese, why not? Who is president of the leading independent Polish foreign affairs think tank, Center for International Relations. Margarita is a political scientist and an expert in EU affairs who has worked as a consultant and advisor both for the EU and the Polish government. Dr. Bonikowska Margarita. COVID management has been a struggle for Europe, as we all know and as we all have been hearing about since the beginning, from the joint procurement of vaccines to the COVID certificates, now handling the fourth wave, the failed vaccination campaigns in some member states. So I would like to know if, in your opinion, and having in mind this recent experience of handling this crisis, do you think that the EU can indeed be a global partner in this area, or will these persistent coordination issues between member states block that? And moreover, what have we learned about Europe from this experience in handling this crisis?
Thank you. I will speak in English. Thank you for, first of all, having me here. You know, I come from, let's say, a difficult country right now for the EU. So I will try to also give you a perspective from this point of view, what we are discussing in Poland. But I think it's a very good question about the lessons learned. You know, I cannot go too much about it because I am squeezed between us and the lunch, so I know that you are eager to eat something. But let me be brief and sum up the situation from the political scientist point of view, because I'm not a health expert. I run a think tank, so we are the people expect us to think. But I think many more people tell us, stop thinking, just do something. And that's how I take the Conference on Future of Europe. It's generally a larger platform, maybe a social society think tank for us, for all of us, but we should really start doing something, not only think and discuss. So just a few points to what I've heard, not to repeat what the other people already said. I would just want to stress that health now becomes a strategic area. It's not anymore a sector, a field to discuss, you know, among doctors and experts in health care. It's a strategic domain of the EU. That's a very important change, because that makes the situations sometimes maybe easier, but sometimes also it may make it complicated, because don't forget, if you coordinate, if you associate it with international affairs and security, we are not a strong player as the EU is concerned. We are very strong as a market, and here we've heard that we were delivering quite well. We took lessons learned from the beginning of pandemic, coordination of purchases, strong position of the Commission vis-à-vis the business, AstraZeneca case, etc., etc. But we are strong in that as far as the EU is concerned, right? Then we are also strong in science. It was mentioned that it's definitely, I think Stefano mentioned this as well, that the research, the common funds, the research projects, we are very strong in that, and we will continue. We are an important player, a global player as far as research is concerned. But I want to stress the security aspect, because health became strategic, not because only of the pandemic as a health problem, but also, or first of all, because pandemic starts to be seen as a security threat for all of us. And also, Stefano, you mentioned that, yes, the Europeans expect the EU to act because of, lack of coordination of this health, to protect us. But they expect also the EU to act to protect us generally, not only from the pandemic, but to, from the security aspect as well. Let's look what is happening on the eastern border of the EU right now, which happens to be also a Polish border and Lithuanian and Latvian border. So from this perspective, health is much more than a challenge for healthcare system or healthcare systems in the EU. And there is here, I think the healthcare experts agree that we will not go towards one single healthcare system in the EU. Maybe that's not even possible. Every country is different. But we have to think how to protect ourselves from the health threats in the future. And then I remember this screen we had to switch off, that there was the solidarity word, right? You cannot see it because there are some security measures taken. We just switched off the screen. Who knows who was behind this operation, right? You were talking about information wars. That's also a very important angle. Technological threats as well. The word solidarity is, of course, very dear to my heart because I come from Poland, and a country as Poland remembers solidarity as a key word for us, because we had a social movement called Solidarity. I think not many people still remember that, which is a pity, because now it's really needed. Solidarity is really needed, and I think Isabel mentioned that it is there. I doubt it. I don't think solidarity is in the EU really felt so strongly, especially when we think about migration crisis. There's no solidarity. So that's something the Europeans, which was seen on the screen, expect us to have. But that's something we have to really work hard on having, because it's more like a request than like a description of the reality. Same Poland, very, simple case, which started to be very complicated, because I remember when I was working in the European Ministry of European Affairs in Poland 20 years ago, preparing for Poland for accession, we had a joke. This was a joke, that once they let us enter, we will show them how rebel we are, how good we are in destroying, all the order, because we are used to do that. I don't think it's funny anymore. But we are good at that, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depends how we handle it. How we handle the situation is a big question mark. So I want to remind you that if there's no solidarity, what it is interest and political will, which is there or it's not there. So we are able to go as far as the countries, the member states will see their interest in doing. And that's exactly what pandemic shown. We were able to coordinate because some policies, because some actions, because the member states wanted. And they wanted it not just because they are so great and so good to the citizens, just they wanted it because they felt very deep interest. And we are now in a very big group, 27 is very difficult to handle. Just imagine a common dinner in 27 in a family. You don't even follow what they are saying at the table. So it's really a challenging moment. And I would call it a Lincolnian moment in history of the EU. We are talking about Hamiltonian moment very often, that we have these loans. I think also Stefano mentioned that this was a good thing, or somebody else mentioned it's very interesting and very good. I agree with that the EU is able to jointly commit to the financial markets and take these loans together. You know why? Because it really gives us some time. We buy time, because we will pay back in the years 2056, I think it's the last payment. We are in 2021. So I think that's a very political, it's wisdom to buy us some time, because today it's very difficult to resolve all our issues we are having on our plate. But in the same time, we are facing a Lincolnian moment as well. I just want to remind you that in the history of the United States, there was this moment that they started to disagree so much that there was a secession war in 5 years. And Lincoln, now is the most, how to say, rewarded US president just because he was able to keep the Union. But this was a very high price to do that. So when Lorenzo says that we should do this, you should do that, you said binding methods decided together and written in the treaty. Look at Poland. We have Article 2. It's very much in the treaty. It's binding. So what? So what? So it's not enough, legally, lawyers, lawyers are very important, I agree. But the law can't resolve our problems. It has to be really a need, a strong necessity that we don't feel that there is any other way. Otherwise, we'll not come together anymore, especially in such a wide group of countries with such difficult and different past and with so many issues. So my take to conclude is that health should be debated and discussed as maybe a chance. It gives us it could be a pilot project, let's say, because everybody feels the need. It seems that everybody agrees on some deeper coordination. So let's use it as a case study, as a pilot, to try to find the ways where we can really stick together, in what aspects, taking into consideration that it's really a strategic area now, like energy, by the way, which happened after the 70s, the crisis in energy. So healthcare union, I see not really as a European health union. I see it as strategic attempt to bring countries together around something which is relatively easier, maybe, to bring them together than around other things. And then health became also a part of discussion about European strategic autonomy, which is not anymore a concept about military. Now it's about everything, really. It's about how we see Europe as an actor in the global scene. Very much vis-à-vis Russia or China, but also vis-à-vis the United States, as you know. And here we have an asymmetry, because from the political point of view, we are very weak in foreign and security policy. We are not operating as one. It's difficult for us. So, vis-à-vis actors like Russia, which we see on our eastern border right now, or China, there is asymmetry, because we will always be, weak as far as human rights, protection of life. Look at now. They are just playing with us. So my second take is that security has to be understood in a much larger sense today, and includes demographic weapons, like we call it, what is exactly happening in the eastern border, but also biological weapons. And that also has to be remembered when we discuss pandemic, that we were discussing this as a potential threat for the future, that someone can use it against us as a weapon. Virus could be another virus produced somewhere. We don't know exactly still what was the beginning of this virus, right? So biological weapons and any other methods to put us under threat. So it's a hybrid world with hybrid threats. And we have to also give maybe a hybrid answer, meaning let's not put health separately. Let's bring it to the much wider discussion about our security. And my last point is that we have to also think about, Isabel mentioned, Europe de la santé. I would call it healthy Europe. We should play with this word. Let's just bring back the energy to be able to, in a healthy way, respond to the challenges which face us. And we will not do it if we discuss these threats separately. We have to really use the moment and bring people together in order to find the joint position. But let's not hope too much on solidarity. Let's hope on interests and bringing the governments to understanding why they want still to be in the EU, because otherwise, if we don't prove that this project is operating well, you know yourself that there are many political voices already who say that this union doesn't make sense to keep it. I don't want to be so pessimistic, but I think there's a lot to reflect upon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Margarita, for such a challenging intervention. I would like now to open the floor to your questions. It's getting close to lunchtime, and I think that, well, as I am, you might be getting hungry, but still, I see some hands. I would like you to approach the microphone, state your name, and address the question directly. If I'm seeing you, you're going to be the first one that I call, the lady in the pink mask who is eager to talk. I would also like to invite you to answer a survey online. I think the information will be up there on the screen in a few seconds, maybe. You have it on your mobile phones. It is a survey on if you think that Europe should have, it is already there? Oh, on the blue screen, yeah, sorry. So you can answer if you think that the EU should do more. I cannot see, I'm sorry, I missed my glasses. Anyway, you can read it and please answer it. We also might have some questions through the web streaming transmission, and if we have time, I'll make sure to ask one or two of them. So please, the lady in the pink mask, could you please join us, state your name and say who do you want to answer your question? Thank you.
Okay. I'm Violeta Jelic, coming from Employers Group. And I would like actually to have just actually two main comments on what I've heard. This was a really interesting panel, and it's very good to hear different positions. When we talk about solidarity, if you saw the screen at the beginning, what Europe means to all of us, I think that somehow solidarity was the leading word among the first words shown up when we start to vote. And I understand that interest will always be present wherever we are living, whatever age, whatever time, whatever situation. I even sometimes, instead of COVID crisis, used to say war instinctively, you know, because we are really fighting against something. But I will not be totally in favor that there is no solidarity. We know that there was a huge number of medical staff going from country to country where there was a really big problem and very big pressure, and the staff was in need, to support each others. We know that countries exchange the extra doses to those countries that miss some doses for vaccinations, at least in the first wave. Secondly, maybe not only COVID should be the leading point of solidarity. There are many, many other catastrophes in Europe and all around the world where human really shows that we are humans. I felt it in my personal crisis in my country. So I appreciate everyone who even sent €1 helping SMEs to raise up after the earthquake in the middle of the COVID. This is the first thing, and people came all around Europe helping, no matter that the COVID crisis. And now I will not take much more time. Secondly, I think what is very important to know, I will refer to the first speaker, that we have to make our pharmaceutical production sustainable, first of all, and not dependent on the components that we have to import from China or all around. So I think that we are strong enough and that we have resources, that this should be our strategy to make ourselves sustainable in some way, that we will manage with all these different crises. We need structural autonomy of our economy. This is the main point that I would like to raise here. And I don't want that anyone forget the role of micros and SMEs in the crisis and their quick adaptation to the production and situation, to product and to invent the products that they were needed in this big disease and epidemic. And what is the most important, to have a support to ensure that we protect the patent, the innovations created by our micros and SMEs, who are actually keeping the economy of European Union. And we had the opportunity to see how innovative they are and how strong they are to switch their production for making clothes, to making masks, to producing cosmetics, to start to produce, this protective things for hands and for our health. So much from me. Sorry, maybe I took too much time, but I think that this is really important.
I didn't quite hear a question, but some of your comments might ignite some reaction from the panel. So I don't know about solidarity. Would you like to address it, Margarita?
Yeah, well, just briefly, I didn't say you cannot mention cases of solidarity, but solidarity is something we should really concentrate on having, because it's far from really having it always,
Can I see some more raised hands? This lady here with the black mask, maybe. Please state your name and direct your question to someone from the panel, please. Thank you.
Don't touch.
Don't touch. Sorry. May I ask a little bit? My name is Agnes Cser. I am a Hungarian. Welcome, Margarita, in a rebel club. It was very Hungarian from Budapest. And I would like to, it's not a question and not a comment, it's a remember. More than 10 years ago, the Finnish presidency, they have a very nice message for us. Health in all policies for the European Union. And what has happened since then? It is our responsibility. Why didn't we make anything for this message? And now it's the high time to react and act together. Because all we have, two citizenship, a national and a European. and I don't know what is the real content of the European citizenship. And sorry, I'm a lawyer as well. I like my job very much because I know without lawyers we cannot make any difference from this because, sorry, I was listening to you very carefully. Not only me, but all together can we change anything and can achieve results. So, but I would like to ask you as a think tank leader, show your hands, take any other hands and act together, because without this, we will have a lot of conferences and we will come back 10 years later and you will remember what was here. If we want to achieve any result, we should work together. That's my message, not question, not comments. Thank you so much.
Well, I just want to say I agree with you. That's what I said. We should be together, but how to do it if the people, and especially the politicians, and especially some politicians, just don't want to listen?
Can I say something?
Sure, you can, sure.
I think it was an important point you made about health in all policies, but I disagree that it's completely disappeared. I think right now, if you look at impact assessments of EU regulations, when EU regulations are proposed, usually there is a little chapter on health. I think what is important is that health is important enough as a policy to have to be an objective in its own right. And I think that if health is always an add-on to other policies, then we're missing the point. And I think that it is indeed a strategic area for the EU, and that is why it deserves to be an objective unto itself.
Maybe I can just add one more thing very briefly. You know, when we talk about the situation in Europe generally, I always have this example of a family of 27 members, very big family, but with members of different age. If you consider the membership time, you know, Poland is at the age of 17 and Hungary together, and also other countries. We have also members of 30 years old, 50 years old, 17 years old. Just please understand, try to discuss the thing and jointly agree on something in a family with such different age groups. You know, teenagers are a difficult age. You have to understand that. You have to have strategic patience. Otherwise, they will go away, they will run, they will, you know.
So hopefully Poland will stick around for a few more years to come so that we can keep hearing from Margarita. Any more raised hands? In the bottom, a black masked person wearing a white shirt. Yes, sorry, I cannot see you properly, but...
No, don't touch.
You keep, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's really was interesting panel and excellent panelists. And of course, the reason why we are here, we have our press officers with us, and we're speaking also about media, importance of social media and journalists in this health crisis. So whatever vaccine is invented, I'm an EESC member, I'm a trade unionist and coming from Lithuania, sorry, not introducing myself. So my point is that we have to praise those journalists who were fighting against fake news. I think this is crucial, because one fake news brought by teacher or to, let's say, some group of people already can create more damage than any virus. And we were observing that it was happening, and therefore I want to simply thank all the press officers who are present here and also who are not, for their work done during this very difficult period. And also thank you again for the panelists.
Mostly addressed to you. And I would like to also underline that the Novax movement had its origins, let's say, in the misinformation campaigns. So what would you say about the importance of fighting fake news within the pandemic context?
Yes, this is a point that I didn't touch, but I think also Stefano Maglia said something about this that is important. This is, I think, it's absolutely right. The journalists are in the forefront of this battle against fake news in general. The issue of no vax and no certificate, no green pass, is a very tricky one for a very simple reason. There is a claim by the people that are against vaccination or against the certificate, a claim that is that they are fighting for freedom, for individual freedom. And of course, when they say we are fighting for individual freedom, it sounds quite interesting. Okay, well, we are all interested in our freedom. But then the concept of freedom that these people have is not a real concept of freedom as we are used to consider freedom from the philosophical point of view, from the historic point of view, etc. Because this is a freedom which is an individual freedom that goes against the public interest, that goes against the health of everybody else, and even the health of the same individual that claims this freedom. It's a concept of freedom which is very selfish and is very, very distant from the freedom that is enshrined in so many treaties, constitutions, etc. Because the real freedom is compatible with public interest and it doesn't go against the freedom of the others. If your freedom goes against the freedom of the others, that's not freedom. So there is a fake news even in the same concept of freedom that these people use. And it's very, very important to be very awake when we discuss with these people and say what we think. But I know it's difficult because also there is this problem of the social media that are not properly controlled, and they should be more control. The algorithm. I mean, the problem is the algorithms. I think we are stepping in this new digital age, and the algorithms are too important. We have to be able to control better the algorithms also to avoid this. To regulate them, yes, to regulate with the EU regulation. So I don't want to be long.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I'll ask the following people to intervene to be shorter in their questions, please. I'll get to the gentleman in the back after, but first, this gentleman in the first row, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seamus Boland, EESC, member, president of Group 3. I know there will be another health crisis if we don't get to lunch, so I'll be very brief.
That is true.
Firstly, we talked a little bit, I think you mentioned a health union. And last year, 10 million people died of cancer. There's something like 25 million suffering from Alzheimer's at the moment. So we have a number of health crises on our hands. The Alzheimer's, we're told, the research needed to get that to a stage of treatment will take up to 15 years because we have no finance to fund it. As Stefano Maglia pointed out when he said, imagine if we didn't have a vaccine, imagine if we, and it was a really good, I think, pointed series of questions. Imagine if, where would we be now with COVID? Well, for the 25 million suffering from Alzheimer's, that research is no good to them because the finance and the funding isn't there to advance it in the same way as we advanced the COVID vaccine. So will a health union, properly organised, deal with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take it to the health expert, maybe, yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I think there are, you mentioned a couple, but I would like to highlight the health crisis of NCDs in this respect, which is largely caused by the way that we eat. which is an important competence of the EU. The EU can do a lot on food. It's also largely caused by the use of alcohol. Now, we've seen that the EU can be very effective when it comes to tobacco. Why not on alcohol? Right? So I think that, and this has been something that has made us a lot less resilient when COVID came. It's that the public health of our population is so much diminished by the way that food is being advertised. Some underserved communities are being bombarded by unhealthy food selections, and so yes, there are, and cancer is one important cause of cancer. Cancer is also considered an NCD, a non-communicable disease. And if you look at the numbers, they're staggering. Why is this not a health crisis? And why is the EU not more present in this regard? And I think that exactly right. This is what the European Health Union should be about. The European Health Union should be much more holistic on those types of crises, because that is what will actually make the EU a lot more resilient when the next pandemic will hit us. And it is a question of when, not if.
We have 10 more minutes, so time. Yes, sure.
I also totally agree with you, but I have a different view from the previous speaker, because, well, first of all, you have seen we have different opinion on the need for a health union, changing the treaties or not. We are on opposite fronts. I think that exactly what you said is one of the reasons why we should change the treaty. Because if we change the treaty, if we have the health common policy, has a common competence that is enshrined in the treaties, then it would be very, very difficult to have policies in Europe that go against the health interests, and also health issues which are not linked directly with a crisis, like Alzheimer, like cancer. You don't have a virus that is coming and is making disasters. You have a permanent disaster that is always there, but you don't do anything because it's not, there is not a tipping point. So this is the point. We need a health community, a health union based on common policies with binding actions. And I'm sorry also to say this, but when something is binding in the EU, you have to do it. And if you don't do it, and we will see it with Poland, you will lose all the money. And when Poland will lose all the money because they will have to pay 1 billion how much? I was 1,500,000 per day, 1 million for one issue and 500 for that. Then at a certain moment, the money will be finished and the EU will tell Poland, sorry, you will not get any other euro because you have already consumed everything for the fines that we are imposing you every single day. And then you will see if binding actions for the EU has to be respected or not. And then the government will fall because they will not have any money from the EU anymore. Thus, the EU has power. They have to use the power they have, and they have to use it for the health common policy. They have to use it also for the rule of law, to impose it where authoritarian governments don't respect it. Thank you.
Well, I wish I could be so sure, because of course I would like to have this situation. I'm not saying that I'm in favor of what is happening, but the realistic approach is that this government can say, okay, we'll open the eastern border. Or it can say, oh, we'll block your, climate initiatives. That's what exactly is happening. So that's not so easy as you think. And then it's also very difficult for the Commission to block the money for Poland. That's the reality. Why? Because Poland is also a member state who signed the loans, and it's, the decision. It's not that easy.
Thank you. We have time for one final question. I'm going to apologize to the gentleman in the back, which I had promised it would be his turn, but it won't be, so sorry for that. I'm going to give the floor to this a lady in white who is very eager to talk and has been raising her hand since the beginning. So please ask your question.
Thank you very much. I'm Mira-Maria Kontkanen from Finland, and I'm a member of the EESC in Employers Group. My question actually is a remark and a question. First of all, I think it's very important that we don't talk about the health union in isolation of the economic aspects that it might have. We saw during the lockdown months serious disturbances in the single market, and I hope that the coordination measures between the EU countries will be better in the future. We know that the Commission is preparing the single market preparedness instrument. And I wanted to hear your view on this instrument. How should it be like? And what is your vision? Will it be effective? Will it be something that will actually tackle these disturbances in the single market? Thank you.
Because we have so few time, I'm going to ask you to choose from the panel. Who do you want to have your question answered by?
I see there. We go to the left.
Yeah, I think one important thing for the internal market policy is that it used to be the way before that national public health laws could be the exception to the rule of access or of free movement of goods or services, right? And we see that in the treaties. Public health is always a reason to justify why there are national barriers. And what we've seen in the first response to COVID, and I don't know, it was, you have to read between the lines, is that the Commission proposed that maybe there should be a public health exception at EU level as well. And so that there are public health reasons why national public health barriers should not be allowed for the free creating limits to the free movements of goods or services. And I think this is an interesting idea as a policy idea that I think I would take away if I was looking at internal market law. And yeah.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end of this panel. I will thank you for listening and participating so actively. I also obviously want to thank the participants of our panel for their interesting intake on this subject. I'm going to ask you for one more minute because I have some things to tell you. And one of them is if after this discussion you feel that you have your idea about what the EU should do in the area of health in the future, remember that you can participate and share your idea or suggestion on the platform of the Conference on the Future of Europe. We've been talking about it. It's very important. Let me also remind you that there will be another very interesting panel this afternoon. We'll be talking about economy, jobs, and social inequalities starting at 2:30. So please come back after lunch, although the weather is lovely. Please give a warm applause to our speakers. Thank you. And I've been asked to call for Killian because he has something to tell you.
Yeah, you're going to hate me because it's a rumbling now that you've been told the food is there. But we have a quick family photo because we'd like to just capture the fact that we're all here together. It's en route to lunch, which everyone's invited to. So we'll follow Ava here. And I just want to say this morning's guests, I think I speak for everyone, have been fantastic. Such an engaged conversation over the morning, and it will continue into the afternoon. So thank you to Ava and the team for putting together such a wonderful
do in terms of social and economic policies, and to help build more prosperous societies. We will discuss some EU measures and instruments that are already underway, and also some proposals that are still on the table and being discussed. I would now like to invite the president of the EESC's workers group, Mr. Oliver Rope, to introduce today's topic. Mr. Rope has been the EESC for more than 10 years and has helped the workers group, has headed the workers group since 2019. He has a vast experience in social matters and has fought for workers' rights throughout his career, not only in the EESC, but also in the Austrian Trade Union Federation, OGB. Please, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Monica, for the introduction. First of all, I would like to reply to your question. My lunch was very good, maybe too good. So it's a bit challenging, I think, for all of us to come back to work after this good break. But nevertheless, I think, as you said, stronger economy, social justice and jobs are one of the key topics for the Conference on the Future of Europe. So therefore, I'm really delighted, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce this important topic today for our panel debate, because I believe it holds the key to our future as a union. And I think it's especially relevant to discuss it here in Portugal, to say it right at the beginning. For us as workers' group, as trade union movement, Portugal and the Portuguese government was in the last years really a sign of hope because they showed that there's always an alternative. There's always an alternative. We can discuss about the best options, how to get out of a crisis, but I think we have seen that harsh and hard austerity measures are not the only way. There can be other ways, and I think, this is my personal belief, and I think many trade unionists share this view, the Portuguese government has shown that there's also another way, a balanced way, which actually relies on social partners, on the involvement of the whole civil society, organized civil society. So therefore, it's really a pleasure for me. As you said, this is one of the key topics for the Conference on the Future of Europe. So therefore, I would like to make a short remark reflecting the debate in the morning, which was really encouraging from my point of view. And I remember that especially Professor Maduro spoke about the expectations for this conference. And I think we all reiterate that we have to connect with people, with citizens. To be very honest, I have serious concerns that this is already the case. But nevertheless, we have to work on this. But if we say citizens, civil society organizations should have their say, or as it's the motto today, they should even say what kind of Europe they dream of, I think then we have to say this debate must be open-minded. It must be open-minded. We don't have to call for treaty changes or not for treaty changes. We have really to see where are the demands, the key demands from citizens and also from representative organizations. And then, I think, in a second step, we have to see how to implement them. And if further changes, institutional changes or treaty changes are necessary, okay, then let's go for it. But the debate should be led by open-mindedness. And I say this because otherwise we could have the impression that citizens should consult the legal service before, if their demands are realistic within the existing treaties or not. I think this is not the way forward. We should really start an open debate, and I hope that this conference today can contribute to this debate. I believe that if it comes to the question of social policy, there's often the question, which role should Europe play? Or should Europe play a role? And I think now we are a step forward. I think we are now really discussing which role should Europe play. I know that some years ago, 10 years, 15 years ago, this was not the case. There was a strong belief that social policy is a pure national competence and Europe should deal with the single market. This has changed. This has changed, and just the latest Eurobarometer surveys show that also the citizens expect from Europe to be active. to be active and to intervene also in social policies. So this is, for me, it's a first important step. So we discuss how should Europe be involved in this, not if Europe should be involved in social policies. Of course, at the same time, we are speaking also about a strong economy. And I think here, just to mention, for me, one of the key questions, as the Commission has just launched or kick-started the process how to redefine the spending rules in Europe. I think this is something where we have to reply and respond immediately. As you all know, Europe has replied differently, has reacted differently to this health crisis and then economic crisis than it has done in previous crises. And I think Europe has done much better than before, much better than before. A response based on solidarity and not only on austerity. And we could see that, for example, the general escape clause for the Stability and Growth Pact will expire, or the suspension will expire already in 2023. So we can't lose any time. We have to have this debate now, and we have to see what is possible also within the existing treaties. And as my colleague Stefano Malia from the Employers Group just said this morning, 2 days ago, we had a very good debate in the French Economic and Social Council with the Secretary of State, Clément Beaune. And it was also clear in this debate that Europe has to deliver and has to make sure that we go not back to our business as usual model. We have really to further develop our model. And I think we can see that the public investments in Europe compared to other regions are extremely low. So we have to make sure that those public investments will be possible. More public investments will be possible. Of course, also private investments. But we have huge challenges with the twin transitions, with the green and with the digital transition. Without a change of the spending rules, of the Stability and Growth Pact, this will not be possible. This is my first comment, and I think in political terms we have really to overcome the mistrust between member states, between frugals, southern countries, east and west. I think we have really to come to more trust and to rules that we can respect, everyone can respect, of course based also on sustainability, but they should make sure that the necessary investments in the green and digital transition and in the social transition will be possible. And here, and this is my second point, I would say that there is a certain political momentum for more social Europe. I think 4 years ago, more or less exactly 4 years ago, the social pillar, the European pillar of social rights, was proclaimed in Göteborg. It was for us really an historical moment, even if some unions were quite critical, as this pillar was not legally binding. But I think it was a game changer. It was a game changer within the European Union, because afterwards this pillar really served as a compass, and we can see that also the current Commission and the Commissioner, especially Nicola Schmidt, they take this European pillar of social rights really serious, and they work on the implementation. And I think this is the way forward. We cannot stop here. We have really important first steps have been done already. I mentioned, for example, the minimum wage directive, but many others as well. But now we have to work on this and to deliver and to implement this European pillar of social rights. And in this respect, this year the social summit in Porto was also a very crucial moment. It was a crucial moment because all stakeholders, all member states, all social partners, civil society organizations came together and agreed that we have to implement this social pillar. So this is to underline that Europe has to be active in social policy. And I know that the Labour Minister, Ana Mendes Godinho here, we met her just a few days ago. She's a very strong believer in social Europe, and she has this idea of a decent work agenda. And I think this is really necessary, decent work for everybody. And this is not only a question for Europe, to be very honest. First of all, social policy, of course, is a national matter. And we should work on this in all member states. But I think without clear commitments at European level, we will not make the necessary progress. And here, if we come to the Conference on the Future of Europe, then we speak about competences, we speak about subsidiarity issues. Working people they are not interested in subsidiarity. They're even not interested in competences or treaty changes. They just want that Europe delivers, that they have decent wages, decent working conditions, that they benefit from collective agreements. So what we in German we say gute Arbeit, really good work, and I think this is crucial. And I think the first proposals, the minimum wage directive, but others as well, I think are steps in the right direction, and we should go along this way. Another question, when I speak about subsidiarity, I mean in the past, even if Europe had maybe not the competences, direct competences on social policy, Europe interfered and intervened in social policies. I just remind ourselves on the Troika policy after the financial crisis, and I know here we are in a country which really suffered from those measures, but other countries as well. And we can see that some of the measures, for example, the cuts in social protection system and pension system, but also in minimum wages, some countries have not recovered from those cuts until today. So I think, once again, this time we did better as European Union. We did much better. We had measures based on solidarity. We have the next EU generation program. We had the SURE program, which was also symbolically highly important, that Europe supports financially countries to keep people in employment. This is a different system, and I think it was much more successful than the measures of austerity and cuts we had before. And then let me also mention, because this is, as I said, it's the question the Europe we dream of. And as trade unions, we had not only dreams, we had some nightmares in recent years. And if it comes especially to judgments of the European Court of Justice, then we had some judgments where the European Court of Justice interfered heavily with social systems, with collective bargaining systems in member states, where, for example, in Nordic countries, the collective bargaining system was undermined. And just to say, recently, we had also a court case where the principle of the same wage for the same work at the same workplace in Europe was actually put into question and was violated. I spoke with a colleague just before, a colleague of mine from Hungary. It was a court case where workers from Hungary carried out their work in Austria, 90% at the time in Austria, but they benefited not from the Austrian collectively agreed minimum wages, but were paid only, I think, 1/3 of those wages because they started their work in Hungary. This is something which is not acceptable and which undermines the trust of workers in the European system. So therefore, the same wage for the same work at the same workplace is essential, is really essential. Only like this we can make sure that we have a level playing field also for companies, and that we have not a discrimination of workers, of cross-border workers. And once again, the European Court of Justice, unfortunately, has confirmed this practice. And therefore, I think, and here we are talking about dreams, we should, in the long term, we should readjust the relationship between the economic freedoms in the single market on the one hand side and the fundamental social rights, including trade union rights, on the other side. So I think the subordination of social rights under the economic freedoms is not acceptable anymore. So therefore, it is our vision to change this through a social progress protocol in the treaties. Maybe this is not possible in the first step, but I can tell you I was quite surprised in the Conference on the Future of Europe that this demand was one of the most supported one by citizens. So therefore I said, let's go on with open-mindedness and let's follow up the conclusions of this conference really seriously. This will not be possible until beginning of next year. This is clear, and I was pleased that Clément Beaune confirmed this and said, of course, we have to prolong this and other presidencies have to come back to this. So this is really important that in the end, Europe can really deliver because nothing is more or creates more frustration than a big exercise like the Conference on the Future of Europe without tangible results, which really improves the living and working conditions of people in Europe. So I think my time is running, so I will come to an end. I'm really looking forward to this discussion, and I hope we can really learn valuable insights on the best manner in which the European Union can act in social policy and to what end with our speakers today. So thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to the debate.
For your introduction, I know it's hard sometimes to return to work in the afternoon. So we know the COVID-19 pandemic caused disruptions on labor markets across the EU. Emergency lockdowns brought many sectors on their knees, and many workers lost their jobs or have been put on furlough schemes. Many businesses have gone or are going bankrupt, and the crisis further deepened inequalities. Women and young workers and people in precarious jobs have suffered the most. The EU emergency instrument, SURE, that as was already mentioned, or the Recovery and Resilience Facility, helped cushion the first blows of the pandemic and helped the economies get back on their feet. Is this enough? Or should the European Union do more? Does the EU support should continue beyond the pandemic? Or is it time for member states act on their own now? This is what we are going to discuss during this panel with our distinguished guests. And we have with us, I will present them, we have with us Susana Peralta, Associate Professor at Nova School of Business and Economics in Lisbon, Ksenia Kulanaki, Foreign News Editor at the Greek daily Kathimireni, Michael Soga, Der Spiegel Brussels correspondent, and Francesco Corti, Associate Researcher at the Center for European Policy Studies. To all of you, thank you very much for being with us. And I will start with Susana Peralta. She is an economist. Her work is published in academic economic journals, but you can also read her column every Friday in Public, which is an amazing daily newspaper here in Portugal. She is interested in taxation and transfer, fiscal federalism, and political economy, but also in the economics of poverty, which is one of the subjects she taught at the Nova University, where she is an associate professor, as I mentioned. Good afternoon and welcome. And my first question for you, it will, do you think what would be an effective anti-poverty strategy, both in national terms or European terms, and what measures can actually help working poor?
Okay, so thanks a lot. First of all, thanks a lot for having me. Is this working? Okay, now it is, right? Yeah, okay. So I'd like to thank the invitation to be here in this very interesting panel, speak about the future of social policy in Europe, which I think is really, I think it's really a survival thing, actually, for the European Union. So I'm very glad to be here. Okay, so coming to your yes. So, oh no, don't worry, that's fine. Okay, so coming to your question, I think has many questions in it, but I guess I'll just maybe start by briefly mentioning the viewpoint from which I speak, which is the viewpoint of Portugal, of course. So in Portugal we have 10% of working poor. So our average wage is actually quite low, and we actually have a minimum wage, which the figure that I'm going to tell you is maybe will seem shockingly low for some of you, but it would be in the 700 euros a month, but that's already 65% of our median wage. So that would tell you how compressed, first of all, the wage distribution is at the bottom, and secondly, how low is the median income of workers in Portugal. We do have one of the labor markets in the European Union with the strongest duality. So together with Poland, depending on how you measure it, but we're really at the top of the percentage of workers that do not have permanent labor contracts. So we have around 22% of workers that do not have labor contracts, and of course this is mostly concentrated on younger workers and in middle educated workers actually. So it's not necessarily the low. So we still have, by the way, around half of the population in working age that did not finish secondary school, okay? But the people with the lowest levels of education, I mean, on average, they actually do tend to have permanent contracts because these people joined the labor market, you know, in earlier decades in which this problem of duality was less fierce. So it's really the younger generations with middle levels of education that fail to qualify to the sort of comfortable side of the labor market where I myself I am located. So that would be one dimension relating to the labor market, and you know, when we think about children, which are way more related to the problem of the working poor than one tends to think, because of course, you know, the stuff that makes one family fall below the poverty threshold has a lot to do with family composition, because we correct the family income in order to obtain the income that we call equalized income. So you may have a family of workers who's not poor, but if they have one children, or if they have one child, sorry, or one additional child, they may end up falling below the poverty threshold. So this is more related to in-work poverty than one might think of. 19% of our children are poor. And when you think in terms of persistent poverty, and I think this is really important, because one tends to think about these social issues a lot in terms of levels, but the volatility is very important as well. So it's not only the fact that, you know, maybe your income is low, is the degree of how you know, whether or not you can reasonably expect to have sufficient income to sort of pay your bills at the end of the month. And indeed, you know, when we look at, for this we have the survey on income and living conditions, and in this country where we are all now, you know, meeting, 30% of the kids in the last 4 years were in a poor family for at least one of the years, okay? So that means that almost 1/3 of our kids in the past 4 years were at some point in their lives hit by a situation of poverty. Okay, so I think these are serious numbers. And this, of course, builds into huge inequalities in the education system. So I do have some figures for you, but you know, it would be, if you look at like the percentage of negative grades in standardized national exams, the children who do not benefit from social support at schools, they would have twice as much negative grades as their peers who are rich enough not to have free meals. So this is really serious. And of course, you know, I mean, Portugal is just an example, but I think that our economy is not that different from several of our, let's say, the peripheral economies of Europe, and in particular of Southern Europe. So this, I think, would be a portrait that you would find in several other cases, not only of countries, but also of specific European regions. Okay, so coming to your question, I definitely think that this has to be an European subject. I mean, it has to be the European Union that helps the countries, that devises policies that that will be coordinated towards addressing the poverty problem. Because otherwise, I mean, you know, in terms of the let's say the economic institution design of the European Union, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have free mobility of workers and capital and of course goods and services, and not having some sort of centralized redistributive policy. Of course, we do have, right? I mean, there are transfers going from the European Union to several of to all the member states, actually, but it's definitely, I mean, it's not enough, okay? It's definitely not enough when you look at the huge disparities of what it means to be a poor, you know, and again, if you compare Portugal to Sweden, but we can move to Bulgaria or Romania, where the absolute poverty levels, when you measure them by material deprivation, are just outrageous. So we do have all these differences in living standards across Europe, and the countries by themselves. If you, again, coming back to Portugal, when you think of our level of indebtedness, of how risky it is for Portugal to spend more on social issues, because our debt level is such that if interest rates start increasing again, we'll just run out of money to pay the bill, basically. So we really need Europe to jump in, I guess. So how would I tackle? I mean, well, what would be the direction? Exactly, I wouldn't do much actually, but I mean, I would not be able. But so I think that our social insurance system is fundamentally broken, and it is broken because it relies on a concept of work that has left us maybe 30 years ago, okay, or even more. So I mean, of course, this idea that people contribute on the basis of their earnings, and then there's an insurance that builds up that replaces earnings, makes a lot of sense for people like me again, because I'm on the good side of the labor market. But there are many people, again, in Portugal, it's 22% of the workers who are not on this side of the labor market, and are actually the ones that are facing more risk. So, I mean, we have to spread the risk in other ways which are still related to earnings, but I definitely think that we need to expand the basis of funding. So just having labor earnings contributions or contributions based on labor earnings, I don't think it will do the job any longer. So that would be one problem. Also because and I mentioned this volatility, it also has to do, of course, with the challenges of robotization and the loss of many different jobs, which, need not, I mean, it could be that in the future we are going to converge to a better, brighter future, but the transition is going to be really painful, and it's going to be really painful for these people that are going to, lose jobs or at least face a lot of volatility, and these are not necessarily the people that are better protected by the current social insurance scheme, again, like me. So I really believe very strongly that we need to detach insurance from the labor market as much as possible, basically. So I was asked to give my thoughts on a sort of European minimum income scheme. So let me tell you that we do have a sort of minimum income scheme in Portugal, which is very, very restrictive. So the conditions to qualify for the minimum income. So it's very far from being universal or unconditional. It's very much conditional, and secondly, it's quite low. So the minimum income that someone that falls into poverty in Portugal would get is the equivalent, a little bit less than 200 euros a month per adult. So that's really very low. The amount of paperwork is hell. You need to renew every year. You need to sort of come back to the paperwork and so on. And that I think is a logic which is fundamentally flawed. So I think that we need to reverse the logic. So I don't know if I would go universal, but I would definitely make the conditionality much less demanding, to make sure that, because nowadays the level of conditionality that we have, at least in Portugal, both the level of conditionality and the level of income support that we give to people is such that we are sure that there are many deserving people that are left unattended. And I think that we really need to reverse the logic. So we need to accept the fact that we are going to give money, for people who are not in need, but in so doing, we will make sure that everyone that is in need will be, eventually covered. So that, and for that, we do need to have some sort of, we need to have some sort of European coordination. And we do need to have some sort of way to collect income taxes. I mean, I know that this could be corporate, could be personal, probably both. I don't know, wealth taxes, whatever. I mean, we need to do some sort of redistribution at the European level. Otherwise, like tax competition will not allow us to do this. And I think I'm done with my time, right? Thanks a lot. Oh my God.
I'm sure we'll come back on the subject. And our next panelist is Michael Soga, the Brussels economic and finance correspondent for one of Germany's most widely circulated magazines, Der Spiegel. Economist by training, he was also Der Spiegel editor in Berlin, as well as editor of other news magazines as Focus. He is also the author of 2 books with telling headlines, Only Dummies Work, The Exploitation of the Middle Class, and The Downfall of Money, How Banks and Politics Gamble Away Our Future. We are starting already in the subject of an adequate minimum wage. Do you think that this this directive that European Commission is now proposing is a good idea?
Before I answer this question, I first want to thank you for the invitation and for this great conference. And first, I would rephrase a little bit the theme and the main motto of your conference. I would ask, what Germany are you dreaming of? Because you know we have a new government now, 16 years after the reign of Merkel, of Mrs. Merkel. The first time we will see another chancellor, maybe in some days. And so I asked me what Germany we are dreaming of, especially in its role in Europe. And well, I have a wish for this, and I would wish a more decisive Germany. I think we had the problem during the last years that Germany had this mind of not interfering in very urgent and decisive decisions in Europe. And there was this joke of the German vote saying neither yes nor no, but holding back their positions. And though I would wish that the new German government will have a more clearer position in Germany. And also, I would wish that that they will stick to the main theme of the perhaps new Chancellor, Mr. Scholz, who made his campaign with this with his famous word of respect, borrowing it a little bit from the U.S. Democrats and from their campaign, and he campaigned with this word, and I think this is a very central topic of his agenda. He has made this point. Respecting people with different professions, with different status in society during his whole career, and I think it will be a topic also of his chancellery. And in saying this, I'm not convinced of this directive and of this new approach to minimum wages in Europe. I'm very much in favor of minimum wages, especially in Germany. We had a long and a very hard discussion about this topic in Germany, and now we could see after introducing minimum wages that we have very good results. No unemployment, rising unemployment, and I think we will have this will be a central point of the new government lifting the minimum wages to this 12 euro mark Mr. Scholz has named. And I'm much in favor also that minimum wages should rise in a lot of regions of Europe. I think that's really necessary and it's possible. But I'm not convinced that it's the topic of the European Commission and Europe to produce this result and interfering into national policy and to the topics of national governments and especially with national collective bargaining partners. There I have some reservations, and let me make 3 points there. First, the numerical targets the Commission has set for me are far too general to do justice to the different social and collective bargaining and fiscal conditions. Just give you one example. In Belgium, for instance, the minimum wage now in gross terms is well below the mark the Commission has set. It's I think 50% or so. But in net terms, it's one of the highest in Europe. It's 70% or so because of the fiscal, of the tax system and the levies. When you include this, you get a whole you get a completely other picture. On the other hand, France, for instance, which has a minimum wage now of about 61% in gross terms, in net terms it has only 64% because of the high taxes in France. And so you see, for me, this shows that the EU benchmark produces possibly false results without the inclusion of national tax and social security systems. My second point, in a number of countries, trade unions also reject the EU initiative, not because they are against minimum wages, but because they fear for their sovereignty and in setting wage levels. We have this example of Denmark and Sweden having the highest wages and the best collective bargaining coverage in Europe, but now they fear that the EU will not strengthen their position but weaken it. And this should give Brussels, I think, food for thought. And the third point, that's a really an economist point, and I'm sorry for that, but the European Monetary Union has taken away the possibility for member countries to compensate for macroeconomic imbalance through devaluations. We can't devaluate the national currencies now, and so we have to find other adjustments. And there are two ways. The first are transfers, and I very much in line with Susanna saying that we need more transfers in Europe. But on the other hand, we need the adjustment of prices and wages. The monetary union won't function without the adjustment of prices and wages. And what we've heard about the austerity policy and the mistakes that were made during the euro crisis, I very much agree. We had too much austerity, really, and too less of transfers and of macroeconomic policy and of macroeconomic counter measures. But we do need some adjustment of prices and wages in this currency union. Otherwise, it won't work. And so rigid minimum wage rules are a problem in this regard. And my fourth point, Europe has declared social and labor market policy a matter for the nation states, and I think it's important that we leave it there, because Europe needs more macroeconomic integration, as I said earlier, but no one wants a really standardization of social systems. We have so much problems in Europe with not harmonizing things that we should harmonize. We have heard a little bit about taxes, for instance. I think before we are trying to integrate the social systems, we need more integration and more harmonization in this tax field. You see, we have a competition between states now for the lowest taxes in corporate taxes. We have just heard this example of Shell moving to London now because of some tax advantages they could have in Great Britain. They couldn't have in the Netherlands. And we have this kind of competition in a lot of fields. The countries in Europe are trying to attract corporations with tax preferences, thereby initiating a race to the bottom. And we have this also in the field of income taxes. We have now a lot of tax schemes attracting rich people from the whole continent to their countries with tax preferences. I think this is really a social problem because it undermines the needed solidarity in Europe. But I think these are the topics we have to and these are the problems we have to fix. And I'm not convinced that we need unified or somehow or targeted numerical targets for minimum wages. And finally, I think we are coming back to the new government. I think the new government will think otherwise than me. Because of the chancellor, I think this topic of minimum wages is his topic. He has made it his main theme in Germany, and so also I think the Social Democrats will again have the labor ministry in Germany. And so I think they will decide what will happen in this minimum wage area, and I think we will have the minimum wage lifted up to 12 euros. And I think Mr. Scholz will in Europe very much be in favor for minimum wages, also on a European level. In spite, I have my reservations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I must add that Portugal also has those kinds of schemes with Sweden. And that's it. The EU offered an unprecedented support scheme, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, to speed up post-pandemic recovery in Europe. It released over 700 billion euros in loans and grants to support public investments and reforms in the member states. To be able to get the funds, the countries had to submit national recovery plans and pledge their reforms and investments would respect the EU targets for climate goals and digital transition, but also to boost economic and social resilience. Our next panelist is Francesco Corti, Associate Researcher at the Center for European Policy Studies think tank on EU affairs and Adjunct Professor of European Economic Governance at the University of Milan. He holds a PhD in political science from the University of Milan, and his expertise lies in European social and employment policies, EU budget, EMU governance, and social investment. Francesco Corti, do you think that these the RRF funds can be actually a game changer, not only to mitigate the immediate negative effects of the pandemic, but also in strengthening social policies and welfare in member states in the long run?
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much. I apologize for the other panelists for having this privilege of speaking this just for the slides. So now I feel a little bit. Many thanks again for the invitation. And that's actually a crucial question. What can we realistically expect from these recovery plans? And actually, in the first slide, I just put the cover of a previous European Economic and Social Committee report that was when President Robke just came in 2019. I think this was one of the first report in which myself, together with other colleagues, launched the idea of a social imbalance procedure that now is tabled in the Council. So this is to say that the European Economic and Social Committee has been really looking forward in the past, and I'm happy to see that some of the ideas that were launched 3 years ago, 2 years ago now, are part of the policy agenda. So I think the European Pillar of Social Rights, has entered in the agenda of the Commission, and especially in the Recovery and Resilience Plan. If we just look at the regulation, it is nominated several times. The recovery plan should look at the European Pillar of Social Rights as a benchmark. European Pillar of Social Rights will be used as a framework, not only in the social expenditure delegated acts that will be used, to assess the plan, but also as by the Commission in 6-month assessment of the implementation of the recovery. And but the key question is, the pillar is in the plan, the EURE, but what can we see socially wise in these plans? So if we take a very broad perspective, so we just look at how much money have been allocated to so-called social expenditure in a very broad sense, so from the labor market to education, healthcare, to social protection and inclusion, on average, we might say that member states do actually invest or allocate part of their investment project in social spending. And overall, if we look at the 26 plans that have been submitted, so all the countries except for the Netherlands, on average, we have 30% of the expenditure on social spending, which amounts overall around 150 billion. And we have investment in skills, healthcare, early childcare, work-life balance, and social housing. So these are the figures of the Commission that we have a little bit re-elaborated. But then, this serves a little bit of an argument, like, okay, wow, member states are really caring about social spending. So the first question that we had in a study that we are doing at SEPS now is, okay, but is this social spending meant or expected to deliver? So what can we realistically expect from this? And so I take one of the points that was mentioned by President Ropke before. So, okay, what's the additionality of public investment? So do member states use this money just to continue, just to cover some expenditure that were already planned? Or are member states using this money just to continue previously existing program? Or are they really investing in new social needs and to cover new social expenditure? And actually the scenario that emerges from a preliminary assessment of additionality of public spending and especially social investment is actually not that nice. So what we did here was to look at, as I said before, whether the projects that were included that are included in the plans were already included in the previous budgetary law of member states or in the multi-annual financial framework, in order to understand whether there's actually a substitution effect. And the picture is actually not that nice, because you have some member states like Italy or Belgium that use a large part of their social spending to do additional public investment, on which we might expect a higher returns in terms of employment and growth. While you have other member states, I take for instance Germany, where the money that have been allocated with the RRF will be actually used to cover already planned projects. So there is no additionality element in the public spending. This is absolutely legitimate because member states can spend the money how they want. But if we look then at the figures of the Commission and the estimates on the macro impact of the plan, these estimates are based on the assumption that there will be all additional public spending. Actually, what we notice is that this spending is not additional, but some member states might use this money to cover. So the first conclusion might be, okay, Italy is doing a little bit better than others. Actually, Italy had also more needs than other countries. But is it really true? So the other thing that I deem is as relevant when we assess the social dimension of these plans is not only whether the public spending is additional, but is whether the public spending is meant to be effective and in the long term. And there where you have to look a little bit at the reforms that are accompanied to these investments. So I took the case of Italy as an Italian, a little bit to, not to be too much on the Italian side, to say that actually when it comes to social spending, Italy is doing well. There are new public investment, and these public investments are additional, but actually I do think that they are not accompanied by relevant reforms. Italy, before entering the COVID-19 crisis, had a social situation that was actually very bad. Susanna mentioned the share of working poor in Portugal. It surprised me when I checked what was the share of working poor in Italy. Is even higher than Portugal, around 12%. What were the key problems of the Italian labor market? First, a low work intensity, a very low employment rate compared to other countries, but a high share of involuntary part-time work or temporary work. And the other key issue that actually has been raised before is the one of wages. In Italy, we have low wages. This is due to a weak bargaining system that is protecting only one part of the workers. And the other problem is the high labor taxation. So these problems of low work intensity and low wages are actually not fully addressed in the reforms that are accompanied to the recovery plan. One might argue whether these should have fit the recovery plan of Italy, but actually this is an issue that is of high concern. So Italy is going to invest a lot of money in the labor market, especially in activation policy. And we will launch this new employment guarantee and the national new skills guarantee. And altogether, we are going to invest around 5 billion euro in activation policy, and in particular to public employment services. The key concern I have in this case is that we are not going to reform the public employment service in Italy, which is subject to many problems, especially in terms of territorial inequalities and incapacity to reach out to people in need. So the big investment and new investment that we will have on activation policy is actually not accompanied, in my understanding, to an equally ambitious reform of the active labor market policy in Italy. On top of the fact that we do miss the chance to engage in the minimum wage reform. It was initially included in the first plan, and it has been dropped in the second plan proposal to the Commission. Another area, and a second example that I think is very relevant, is on early child care. Child poverty has been mentioned before. Italy is actually lagging behind also in that case. So when I saw that we would have invested 4.6 billion in childcare facilities, I was like, wow, this is very good. The point is that the investment in early childcare facility is not accompanied by a reform of the access to childcare and education. So now Italy is suffering of low coverage, especially in the south, uneven geographical distribution, and high cost. So the fact that, and there is no entitlement, for instance, as there is in Germany, and actually it worked very well after the reforms in early 2010s in Germany, so the legal entitlement to access to early childcare education from the age of 1, in Italy is not mandatory. So what we see is a Matthew effect, whereby families with higher income do send their kids to the kindergarten, while other families do not. So if you are going to finance a system that is unequal by design, then the risk is that we do not achieve the effect that we would have hoped. So I don't want to decrease the expectation on the Italian plan. I'm sure we're going to do very well. But this is just to say that when we want to assess what to expect realistically from these plans, beyond the numbers and beyond the labels, we have really to look at how the money are spent and which kind of reforms are accompanied. One last point, since I think it's very relevant. A key concern, in my understanding, is the fact that the drafting of the recovery plan has been centralized in the Ministry of Finance. This is a very long debated issue. What's the involvement of social partners in the European semester? And this is becoming even more and more relevant now that we are talking about putting some meat on the bones of the European semester with the recovery plan, and maybe in the future this will become a permanent instrument. So a key issue, in my understanding, is then in the monitoring phase, we should look at really involving social partners or key stakeholders in how the reforms are chosen and the policy are designed. Otherwise, the risk is that the high ambitions for a social inclusive recovery is not met by adequate response. Thank you very much.
At Greek at the Greek daily newspaper Kathimerini, and she writes both for German and Greek media, and is also a published author both of fiction, essays, and political books. Her memoir, I Cry During the Most Random Movie Scenes, published in 2016, is a journalist's account of living and working in Greece during the crisis. As a journalist who lived through the Greek financial crisis, can you tell us how did the European Union help what it meant for the Greeks, and if you think the response was quite different this time with the pandemic crisis?
Good afternoon. I want to explain myself. I'm not an economist, so I'm a bit out of my depth here, but I came to cover the crisis because I was born in Germany. That was my asset. So I could interview Schäuble in his mother tongue and explain, kind of intervene between the two people, you know, Greek and German, in the midst of the crisis, while, for example, the Bild Zeitung was calling us Greeks the lazy Greeks, and the Greek journalists and caricatures were sketching, you know, Schäuble and Merkel as Nazi camp guards or whatever. So I'd like to explain a bit this complicated relationship of Greece with Europe, historically also, and from a personal point of view. When my parents left the country in the late 60s to go to Germany, that's how I was born there, the continent was divided. The Iron Curtain extended across Greece's northern border, and behind it stood communist Europe. In Western Europe, Portugal, Spain were also under dictatorships. But for my parents, Europe meant, as it still does to millions today, a refuge. They fled Greece because they were leftists. And they were liable to imprisonment or even worse by the ruling military junta, which took power in Athens in 1967. For them and thousands of other Greeks, Europe offered an escape from political persecution and economic hardship. It was a chance to build a future. When Greece's democracy was reinstated in 1974, there was a huge debate, especially between the leftist parties, whether the country should join the EU or not. Some regarded the European Union with suspicion as an imperialist project. For others, it was a new species of colonialism. But by the 1980s, after Greece's entry into the common market, we came into the common market in 1981, those fears were all but forgotten. Our agriculture was subsidized, our students were able to study abroad, our access to foreign products expanded, and the majority of Greeks viewed the common currency, the euro, as a vehicle of growth, prosperity, and progress. And they were right to think so. But at the same time, the euro instilled a misleading and dangerous euphoria. Greece could easily borrow money with zero interest rates as if its economy were par to Germany's. And what followed, I think you know, is a well-known tragedy. So my country, I will briefly state the facts. My country suffered staggering loss during the debt crisis. It was the black sheep of Europe, as you remember. Schäuble was begging us, take the 50 billion and get out of here. In the space of a decade, a quarter of our GDP vanished, 25%. Youth unemployment was over 60%, so over one of two young people was out of work. The future of an entire generation capsized, with hundreds of thousands of young Greeks having to leave for Western Europe. And this time not because of political persecution, as my parents did, or potential imprisonment, but because of a deliberate economic policy that attempted to correct 3 decades worth of overspending. This I acknowledge. It was a big mistake on behalf of the Greeks. And they wanted to do that in just a few years' time. On a personal level, in 2009, I myself lost 50% of my monthly salary overnight. The channel I was working closed, like in one day. One day I went to work and I was told, sorry, tomorrow you have no work. Dozens of my colleagues lost their jobs. The elder members of my family had their pensions cut year after year. It wasn't only 1 year, it was the next year and the next year, constantly. As I said, I don't claim that Greeks weren't complicit in their own destiny, but the remedy was far too harsh. I think even Chancellor Merkel acknowledged that recently. She said, I demanded too much from the Greeks. A near-death experience, the equivalent of a patient in a hospital being given lethal doses by fellow EU members that claim to be its doctor. And yet, despite all this trauma, Greece survived and is even now recovering. A record, mainly it's because of tourism, record tourist numbers have come to our rescue. Foreign investments are trickling in. Unemployment fell to 13% this month, which was a big reduction. And growth is expected to reach 7% by the end of this year. The COVID crisis was, in almost every way, the exact opposite of the financial crisis. Europe set a self-confident, productive role for Greece. The country's health system looked to Germany on how to keep hospitals' numbers down, and to Portugal, for example, on to how to maximize vaccination rates. Καθημερινή, my newspaper, even ran an interview with the Portuguese Admiral Emelo, who was in charge of the vaccine rollout, and it was so successful, as you all know. European assistance staved off a new Greek recession, and the EU Recovery Fund led many Greeks who had left during the crisis to find their way back to the country, many for the first time in their adult lives. In other words, the Greek people have regained some trust in the EU. This was not merely a crisis in which the EU could lead by example. It was a crisis we in Greece realized we could have never handled alone. We needed Europe. It was obvious. And so we are now at a crucial point in our relationship with Europe, whether this example of a beneficial model for Greece can be continued. I, for one, think the European Union is of immense importance for my country. I look, for example, to the hundreds of thousands of young, well-educated Greeks who left Greece for other EU states and are now hesitantly coming back. Most have several university degrees, master's degrees, graduate degrees, and a handful of languages under the belt. You know, that languages that people who come from countries with not spoken, like Greek is not a common language, so they tend to learn a lot of foreign languages. They have a cosmopolitan worldview and a range of professional skills. They have seen Europe. Now they come back to Greece. So they can enrich our culture and found businesses, startups, many times. It's a common example. They come back and fund startups. They can also give new blood to our politics or become politicians themselves. A generation free from the corruption and nepotism of their parents' generation. This youth knows what it wants from Greece. They don't want Athens as the new Berlin, or 300 days of sunshine a year, or live your myth in Greece, or any of the other cliches that are peddled about their homeland in Monocle or the Financial Times or whatever. They want decent salaries, affordable rents, a European welfare state that respects labor rights, and human rights. They want a viable pension system, free access to a good public health system, a respectable education. And most of all, they want to have children in Greece, which, bear in mind, per capita is one of the oldest countries in the world. They want to raise families and make the country, a country that many only associate with economic downturn and bad childhood memories, their own. And I see a Europe that can guide us still further. Greece is still on Europe's periphery, not just geographically, but in terms of what we demand from our country in the 21st century. I look to an EU that is proud and demanding model for human values in Greece. For example, inadequate LGBTQ rights and gender inequality. We have one of the highest numbers of femicides this year. I think 14 or 15 up to now. So every month we have 1 to 2 femicides. These are not problems that my country will solve without a Europe that insists on a more empathetic Greece. So I look to an EU that on the environmental front could be crucial in helping Greece unlocking its vast potential to wind farms or solar panels and become a global leader in green energy. People in Greece often ask me, given our country's bleak experience over the last 20 years, if we don't need less of the European Union. No, I tell them, I think we need more of the European Union, but the right European Union. Here, participating in discussions like that make me even more hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your first-hand account. It was very interesting. We will now start the debate in more traditional terms, and I invite all the audience to use Slido to pose your own questions if you want, and then I will get them in my phone and I'll read them out loud to our panelists. So I'll try again. We'll restart with you, Francesco, once again. And we have seen a suspension in Growth and Stability Pact rules during the pandemic crisis. And the discussion is now reopened if they should be reinstated, reformulated, or something else. What do you think? Do you actually think that we'll get some flexibility on this chapter?
Yeah, many thanks. I think also Susanna have to say something on this because we were in the same panel discussing the same topic last week.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Let me give a couple of date on timeline on when we have to take this decision and what is my expectation. So it's without any doubt that the activation of the General Escape Clause was, let's say, an obvious choice. A member state would have done whatever it takes, nonetheless. So I think the Commission found itself in the position not to have alternatives for once. Now the question is, the normal fiscal framework would basically come back by the end of next year. So the question is, what can we do since the level of debt is still too high, and it might be that also the deficit to GDP will be high. And when I say high, I mean obviously beyond the threshold. And in the case of debt, obviously the question is, will member states be able to reduce by 120% those member states who have a debt to GDP that is higher than the threshold of 60%? Will they be able to do that? So, as I said last week, I think for the next 2 years, provided that we won't have a fourth or a third wave of the pandemic, the effect of the growth on the reduction of the debt to GDP, due in part of the money transfer from the NGO that will benefit, as we know, mostly southern member states and eastern member states. This snowball effect will compensate basically for the need of member states to do fiscal consolidation in the short term, so for 2022 and 2023. This has been confirmed to the extent that these are reliable by the autumn forecast published by the Commission. So I think the key question, so one of the things that we have been saying a couple of months ago was it's no time to rush. It's no time to take this. I think that we agree that we have to change the rules, but it's time to be ambitious and not to go for minimum denominator compromises. And we have 2 years to do that, not just 1 year. So the fact that the consultation is open until December, I think is a little bit too little time that the Commission gave for consultation. Now, which kind of proposals we should put forward in the new fiscal framework? I think there is one proposal, and the European Economic and Social Committee have been already pushing for that, is the one of social imbalance procedure, and in the way it could be designed, it should be accompanied by a golden rule. Now, the issue of the golden rule is subject to a lot of technical debate, and we can discuss about that. But I think everyone agrees now, and it was not the same 10 years ago, of the importance of public investment. So the introduction of a golden rule on net public investment, obviously, would be a good incentive, especially for those member states who are experiencing a negative record in terms of net public investment, such as Italy. And also Portugal. Now, the big question is how to design a golden rule, not for traditional net fixed capital formation, but for social expenditure. And this is a little bit more of a tricky point because at the moment, social spending is not considered per se a public investment. So how can you... this is a little bit of a tricky issue, but I think the first very big ambition that we have for the next couple of years is to be able to introduce a rule that exempt from the calculation of the SGP net public investment. How to apply this to social spending is a bit more tricky, but we can do that, I think, and that's a priority.
How do you think Germany will feel like flexibilizing these rules that have been written in stone for so many years, and also the other frugal countries?
Well, that's a very good question, and all people, even in Germany, have this question, but we don't have an answer because this depends really from the next German finance minister, and the probability is very high that it will be Mr. Lindner, the chief of the Liberal Democratic Party, and well, if in this room the impression is that the German financial policy during the last years under Mrs. Merkel was conservative, I can guarantee you it will get more conservative now. Or the danger is very high because the Liberals, more than the Conservative Party, have a very strict and conservative approach to fiscal policy up to now. I think when Mr. Lindner is in office, he might have quite a learn curve, and so it was good for me to hear that Francesco is thinking that we have some time to change the rules, because I think Mr. Lindner will need some time to make such a U-turn in his positions. Well, during the campaign he advocated very much for the returning for German return and Europe returning to the strict Maastricht criteria in all their meaning. Now, pardon?
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
He's the leader of the weakest ally in the German government. Will he be able to impose his opinion on Scholz, the Social Democrats, and the Greens?
Yes, he will, because he has a veto position in this new government. The new government can't reign without the Liberals, and the fiscal policy recommendations they made are their main topic during the campaign. And so I think up to now they will stick to this position. They have begun to soften it a little bit. If you read the last interviews of Mr. Lindner, he sounded already a little bit different than during the campaign. But the way is very, and the U-turn has to be very, very strict and very sharp. And so I think we need some time. We need some good. Europe would make a great mistake if it pushes him too much. When there is a when you push him in a corner, that will be a big problem. I think it needs some intelligent and creative ideas to circumvent the strict positions with regard to the rules. There are some interesting proposals. For instance, the chief of the European Stability Mechanism made some recommendations. You know, he was the architect of the Maastricht Treaty and of the criteria, and now he said it was a big mistake, and we need some sort of we need another policy, and he has some impact on the liberal democratic discussions, and so I think time will tell. But we need in Europe another approach, and I think the big chance and the opportunity we have is the green transition, because the other important partner in this coalition are the Greens, advocating very much for green investment and for a green transition of the whole economy, and I think this is the topic with which we can deal also with the liberals, and maybe that defining something of a golden rule, of a green golden rule, will lead us out of this malaise.
The Greek Prime Minister this week, he just gave an interview to Financial Times, and he said he was very confident that the EU will overhaul his debt and deficit rules in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic, giving more leeway for governments to invest. Do you have any more insights from the Greek government that could help us in this discussion?
No, I think it's mainly wishful thinking, to be honest. I don't think he has any inside information. Okay, I guess he sees that with a debt ratio of 210%, it's very difficult, you know, for Greece to remain in the euro if the strict rules come back. Mm-hmm. So I guess he hopes for some leniency, but I don't know. I don't think he has any information that it's going to happen anytime soon.
Okay. And Susanna, for us, how do you believe that it's going to be actually possible to introduce a different classification of public investment, as Francesco was suggesting? How could we actually consider social investments some kind of investments, and not to how do you say, to use too much money and go again into make the same mistakes that we did in the past?
I mean, so first of all, thanks for your question. So I think that if one would make the exercise that Francesco has made for what is what's the top-up investment and what are just countries just using to sort of build stuff that they would build, that were somewhere in their programs. I have no idea about the shares, but in Portugal, it's definitely the case that these recovery and resilience facilities being used to make investments that were already, you know, meant to be done, like building new hospitals and stuff. Yeah, so it's still, you know, the top-up investment for Portugal is actually, I think, amongst the low level. It's in the low levels. So I think that for a country as Portugal, and I mean, our debt to GDP ratio reached 135% last year. I agree with Francesco that the fact that, of course, if the denominator is growing, that's GDP, you know, it's going to come down. But still, I mean, the Maastricht criteria is 60%. I mean, it's just not credible. I mean, if we're going to stick to a criterion that is meant to become a joke, then, you know, what's the whole point of having all this very sophisticated institutional arrangement of the European Union with a parliament, a commission, a council? I mean, it's at some point we have to behave as adults, you know. I mean, I think it's important to have rules, but they're not credible if we're like this distant from these rules. So So I think, I mean, I understand Michael's point, that, and I mean, I can't read German, by the way, but I do read what happens in Germany mostly through the Financial Times, which I guess is a more or less well-informed source. And I completely agree with you that the new finance minister is like very hawkish in terms of being fiscal conservative. But I mean, at some point, I hope that reality will just strike, because the European Union can't live with this 60%. It's just not there. I mean, the rule is just not respected. So what's the whole point? And I think that for Portugal, and again, the fact that the government took this resilience and recovery facility to actually do investments that they were meant, that they actually had promised to do, you know, several years ago. And it's true that Portugal has been decreasing the level of public capital as of 2012. And that's why we see, you know, our hospitals like run down, and that we have problems in public transportation. That's what, when we say public capital that is decreasing, so net public investment, that's what it means, right? Is that it rains in schools, and that some schools have broken windows. That's public capital, okay? And so I think, to put it very bluntly, that if we don't have some sort of golden rule that will allow the countries to make some necessary investments, in particular regarding the green, you know, energetic transition, like converging to net zero in whatever 1 or 2 decades, then there was not going to be an energy transition, because the money is just not going to be there. And I think also that it's not only about European rules, because for a country such as Portugal, even if Europe allows us to spend more by withdrawing some of the categories of the stuff that we spend from the computation of our, you know, of our debt to GDP ratio and the public deficit to comply with the Maastricht criteria, or whatever new updated criteria that will be born out of this public discussion, I mean, we still have a big problem to face with the markets. And, you know, interest rates are going to go up at some point in the near future, because we are going through an inflation bubble. So we need more than that. We need the rules to be adapted, and we need some sort of, you know, European funds above the recovery and resilience plan, because that one is not going to be enough to do what it takes, basically.
Thank you very much. I'll just have to correct some information that I gave you. I'm sorry. The questions will be made here on the floor with you. I will just give the word to Ana Gomes in a minute. And what you'll do with Slido is just to give, to answer the poll, so that we can, at the end, have the results. So please, Ana Gomes, make your question, please.
Thank you. Well, just 2 little points to supplement what was said, namely by Susanna. In a strategy to fight poverty that has been being under study here in Portugal, it was found out that there is a gender dimension that should not be neglected, because most of the families that are poor are monoparental families, and of course run by women. And the other one is that the importance of housing and the lack of social housing in also these levels of poverty. The other point, it's not just the level of poverty, is also, I mean, or it is the level of poverty linked to the minimum wage, but also it's not just the low minimum wage, but it is the fact that 20 years ago, there were only 4% of contracts on minimum wage. Now it's about 30%. And there are sectors where it goes up to 40%, like tourism. And of course, women are the ones who are mostly hit by minimum wage. Now, my question, namely to Mr. Zauga, about indeed the need for fairness and the need for the questions of tax policy not to be neglected, because that's where there is a tremendous injustice. That's where why our member states don't have money to invest in public goods. It's because of the tax dumping that has been allowed. This week there was this report about the so-called Commission on the Code of Conduct. We knew
it's confirmed, it's bad conduct by our government, including by Mr. Schulz when he was finance minister, in allowing this tax dumping. And examples like the ones you've mentioned, Unilever and Shell now moving to the UK. It was more than foreseen that this will happen. But this is about Netherlands and other countries that work as tax havens, namely to Portugal, drinking their own poison. That's what it's what it is. So here we are in a country like Portugal, where 22 billion are not collected by the tax authorities, mostly from corporate taxation. 22 billion. It's more than the EU Next Generation Fund for Portugal, and it's a little less than the pluriannual program, what we call Portugal 2030. How come this going on? How come these schemes are allowed? I mean, Portugal is one of the countries having these schemes that others practice. I mean, and this is not just outrageous in European terms, it's an indignity for the Portuguese citizens. How come Swedish or German citizens come and have tax exemption in this country while the Portuguese citizens have had their pensions cut and their salaries reduced, and of course, and not to mention the golden visa, which is, of course, a recipe for corruption, money laundering, tax evasion, and so on.
Thank you very much for your question, Ana Gomes. Now,
I'm Ana Gomes, and I was a member of the European Parliament for 15 years.
Sorry, I should have mentioned that, sorry. Now, please, Vasco Cal.
Just an information for our German colleague. I was a member of ECOSOC for 15 years, and I was in the European Commission for other 15 years. In ECOSOC, I was following the negotiations of the treaty, Maastricht Treaty. When he arrived to the point of discussion about how much should be the deficit, so that all the countries have more or less the same level playing field, the German proposal was the golden rule that was in Germany, meaning the deficit should be limited by the amount of public investment. Most of the countries agree with that, except the French. The French say, no way, our public investment is less than 2%. The public investment of Spain is more than 4%. They will eat us. It should be the same level of deficit for everybody. And what the Germans did? They agreed. They agreed with the 3% rule that gave origin to the 60% rule as well, through the calculations that were made at the time. And that was the origin of all these problems of the deficit. If the deficit was related to the effort of each member state to invest in the public policy, today's situation in Europe would be completely different, because it will be an incentive to develop public investment and not, as the rule it is now, an incentive to cut public investment.
Thank you very much. Just one more question over there, please. The lady in pink that will raise her hand first, and then we'll take the answers and then some more questions.
Okay, I have just 2 comments and 1 question. The first, those 2 comments, that at the beginning we start with stronger economy. So the panel, it's concerning stronger economy, jobs, justice. And just the comment is that if we would like to bring stronger economy, so we should create good conditions for each sector. COVID showed us, I'm the representative of agri-food sector, and COVID showed us that we will need kind of autonomy, at least in the basic food. And we are able to produce enough food, enough good quality food for our inhabitants. So we should stress this as one of the goals. of course, we can produce in some commodities much more as we need it. So it means that we are in the same very high exporting the food stuff. But in the second row, we are also importing food stuff. So we should solve this question. Then the second comment is concerning the conditions. As we heard from the previous two speakers, that we used to set up the rules and then we used to break them. We heard example concerning French, and I would like just to use one example concerning agri-sector, that the European Council in 2008 adopted conclusion concerning fair competition and sustainable growth in agri-sector in the EU. Because in different countries we have different subsidies, but this was adopted in 2008 when, for example, Latvia received 62 euro per 1 hectare of agri-land. In the same time, Lithuania and Estonia received 100 euro. Average in EU was 250 euro per the same hectare of agri-land. But, for example, in Belgium, it was 400 euro. So we can see very high differences, and it follows. We have now the second, or it's actually maybe third, common agriculture policy or new common agri policy, and we are still, this is as a stone, and we are not doing as we could and as we should. So I have just one question. So what we should do, how we should put our objectives, our goals, that we will really get them. We heard today that in Lisbon, there was some strategy set in 2000, and in 2000, so we should reach something in 2010, but after 5 years, in 2005, we just deleted it. So the question is, so how we should put our objectives and our goals to get them? Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, I think the first two questions were addressed to you, so please.
Well, I agree totally what you said with respect to taxes. If I'm allowed to say this in Portugal, there's one striking example for the same thing with personal taxes already. It's Mr. Ronaldo. He's a very famous and good football, and I hope I don't I apologize for mentioning him here in Portugal, but he's also a talented tax avoider. And when he went to Italy, he profited from a special tax scheme which exists in Italy, which gave foreigners a special tax preference with their foreign income. And Italy introduced this, I think, in 2016 or 2017, trying to attract rich people to Italy, hiding their wealth and their income for the tax authorities in other countries. And I think you are totally right, and your rage is totally justified. Europe has to do its homework in this topic. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing is I think that we will have a new social problem in Europe in the next years, and that is connected to the Green Deal and to energy prices and to the pricing of CO2, and we urgently need a mechanism to give the money back to the people, because otherwise we will have very, very big social additional social problems in Europe, and I think the Commission hasn't got this topic because they have, I think, the social
social pillar of the Green Deal is 1/4 of the money they will get in by taxing gasoline and all the fossil fuels. So this is a very urgent problem, social problem during the next years, and we need solutions for this.
Thank you. And now I will give the floor to Francesco Corti to answer the third question, please.
Yeah, so I think there were two third questions, because one, if I'm not very familiar with the common agricultural policy, but I think that the point that has been raised is of fundamental importance, because, and this gives a little bit of the idea of where we stood in 2018-19 when we were negotiating really the commas of the next EU budget. And when it came to the reform of the CAP and especially of the Pillar 1, which is absolutely unequal policy, because it's basically favoring big farmers compared to younger farmers or any farmer with smaller land size. We lost that occasion. And we lost the second occasion when we were negotiating the size of the Pillar 1 vis-à-vis the Pillar 2 of the Common Agricultural Policy, and we decided to cut on the Pillar 2 on the Rural Agricultural and Development Fund, and we keep on with the old policy that is basically, as the lady in the audience said, benefiting France or older member states, Italy included, Belgium, etc. So this is, I think, a point that is of fundamental importance, the redistributive capacity of the European budget. When we think about the European budget, we usually think about the structural funds, which do have indeed a redistributive capacity, at least based on the key allocation criteria of the funds. But then when we have a large bunch of funding, which is around 30% still for agriculture, and is redistributed with good intention at the beginning to protect the European agriculture market and to have a solid capacity for the EU to produce itself, its product, then we are actually denying part of the internal inequalities of this policy. And then I pick up the second question because I think actually is very interesting, is a little bit a point that also Michael touched upon, but I think with a different answer. So what's the best way to, let's say, overcome heterogeneity within the European Union? And from an historical perspective, I would say that we started, at least on the social policy, that is the one that I'm more familiar with, we started with the laws, with the social protocol that initially was put aside because of the opt-out of the UK, then put inside with the Amsterdam Treaty. But we have all the bench of the social legislation in the beginning of the 90s that was based on the community method. Then actually, we are in Lisbon with the Lisbon strategy. And then also with the Dutch presidency before and the Belgian presidency after, and the open method of coordination, we kind of pushed the illusion that setting best practices, common benchmark, mutual exchange with the open method of coordination, we would have overcome this heterogeneity because there would have been a sort of natural convergence in structural change of member states towards objectives of 2010 with the Europe 2020, now with the SDGs. Actually, what we are experiencing now is that those policy turned to be a little bit weak, because that was social policy with a little bit of, let's say, fiscal handbrake. And when it came to the crisis, everyone forgot about Europe 2020, everyone forgot about the open method of coordination, everyone forgot about all that is related to soft governance. I mean, I don't want to criticize soft governance as a institutional approach of overcoming heterogeneity by benchmarking, but I think reality proved that wrong. Now we are re-experiencing a coming back, and I think also from a democratic perspective is even better, a coming back of the community method. And in this respect, I think one of the good things of the European Pillar of Social Rights, at least, is to have reinvigorated the community method. And so hard legislation. Work-life balance, transparent, predictable working condition, posting of workers, etc., etc., etc. And now also with the minimum wage directive. With all the caveats, and we can discuss about them, but we have also strong position from the E2I, Thorsten Müller, Schulte, and other German economists that actually argue that, yes, we have to be careful, but do not miss the opportunity to have hard legislation on that. I think we are coming back to a new approach that, to my understanding, is much more efficient than what we have experienced before. So I would say that the community method is still the right way, because we do not have to go for harmonization, but identifying common ambitious minimum standards that are legally binding. Because when it's not legally binding, it's subject to interpretation. And that's a little bit, and what I was saying also before with childcare policy. You can put how much money you want on kindergarten, you will finance them for the next 4 years, but if you do not give a legal entitlement to the child to claim for the family to claim for their right to send their children to a public kindergarten, when the RRF or the Next Generation EU will be over, we will find again in the same situation of last year.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Lorenzo Consoli. The mic, please. Microphone. Over here, please.
I actually would like to, Lorenzo Consoli, I'm a journalist in Brussels for Aska News. I was speaking before. I would like to ask a question to Michael, actually, my colleague from the Brussels press room. And this is about the perception difference between Germany and the other countries of the austerity. Because what happened during the austerity years, because there were many years, my sensation, my perception when I was in Brussels was that in Germany, I don't read German. This is a problem probably because I, of course, like you, I see through the British English translations or French. But my perception was that actually the Germans were not perceiving the double dip, W-shaped crisis, the second dip of it. That they were not perceiving how bad and deep the crisis was for Greece, for Portugal, for Spain, for Italy. And I could see that because for them it was already past the crisis, the financial crisis. But after the financial crisis, there was the Eurozone crisis, the debt crisis, the sovereign debt crisis. And I had this, I was astonished to see that the Germans were not considering that. And now, after the COVID and after the decision in July 2020 on Next Generation EU, we see that in Germany actually the debate has evolved, and there is the perception that actually the response to the crisis, to the previous crisis, which was the austerity response, was somehow not the right one. I wouldn't say wrong, but somehow not the right one, because in particular, this is something that Commissioner Gentiloni says all the time, the public investments went back to zero, went down to zero. And this was a big, big problem for the health systems, for instance. So this, my question is this now really the perception in Germany? Have the German people understood that there was a mistake there, and that mistake should not be repeated? Thanks.
Thank you. We'll take another question. Atrás, por favor.
No, that's not exactly a question, but then just a complementary comment, including what Mr. Soga was mentioning about the liberal member of the government that will be most probably vice chancellor as well as the Green one. I mean, but this is something that we have had many times in different governments in the European Union, not only in Germany. I mean, we will have some elections in France as well next year, and this will be in the center of the debate for sure.
Thank you very much. It's been a very fascinating discussion. I think one aspect that we haven't really thoroughly talked about is the jobs part. How do we actually create an environment in Europe which encourages companies to create new jobs? Today, we talked a bit about the differences between US and Europe, and I think one of the biggest differences is really how we approach risk. In Europe, we often approach risk very carefully, and we suffocate innovations before they are even actually taking place here. So I would like to ask the panel, what is their approach and how do they see the regulation in the social sphere in relation with the job creation? And as a last remark, maybe because this is a Future of Europe conference discussion, I would like to also tell that when I talk and when we have asked our entrepreneurs back home in Finland, what is the biggest shortcoming of Europe, they always say it's over-regulation. And I am afraid that actually with the social dimension, we are making the situation even worse for the job creation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Michael, please, could you answer the first question? And Susanna, maybe this one?
Yes, no, I mean, I think... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, just go ahead.
I think you're totally right.
Turn on the mic, please.
You're totally right, and I agree. The Germans didn't see the suffering in the rest of Europe for two reasons. The first was there was this big German crisis in 2000 to 2005 when the unemployment rate reached 5 million unemployed people in Germany. We had this discussions about the social reforms in Germany, and there was this impression that Germany has done the reforms the hard way, and so the rest of Europe must also do the reforms the hard way. That was the feeling by many people. And the second reason was Germany, while the rest of Europe was suffering, Germany experienced the golden years of their growth and their export model. During in the same years when the south of Europe was suffering, the German firms made very good business in China, profiting from the globalization, and there was this talk of the new Wirtschaftswunder. And that was the feeling in Germany. And the third point I would mention to your intervention, I think which is very right, is the Germans have the wrong perception of their international balances. Look to the German current account. It was very much in the we had this surplus during the whole crisis, and now we have it still. During the Corona pandemic, the German current account went up, and the German think, well, fantastic. We have this export successes, and we have this fantastic numbers for our current account and for our export surplus, and they don't see that behind these successes there's a big problem, namely with investments. And it's not just public investments in Germany which are a problem. It's much more private investments. There were just some new numbers out the last days that the investments in the last month were zero in Germany, and the firms didn't invest anymore in the German private infrastructure, and that's a real problem. And I hope that the new government will find a new approach to this problem, which I think is a very fundamental misperception of the German growth and economic model.
Thank you. And Susanna, could
Sorry. So can I just maybe? I mean, I completely agree with the taxation issue, and I think that would be definitely one of the ways to have, coming back to my previous point, having more funds available to do what it needs to be done. Of course, we do need to have some sort of coordination in taxation, but it's true that Portugal, we're not exactly examples, because we've been dumping taxes to attract high-income Europeans, both in working age and non-working age, and that's really disgraceful. So I second Michael, and I would also like to say that, I'm also sympathetic, I should say, to the fact that sometimes in our countries, in our southern countries, we don't. So this is about the last question about how Germans perceive the degree of suffering that was imposed on our southern economies, in particular Greece. But it's also true that there's not a lot of empathy, on behalf of Southern Europeans with German people in general, and the pains that they have gone through, and also of the sort of average, or maybe even below the average individual, the fact that they are contributing to this European Union, which of course makes a lot of sense, because as a union, it makes sense to pool resources together. But I don't think that the message is conveyed, and I don't think that we have a lot of empathy as well to the viewpoint that would then lead these people maybe to vote in parties that we don't like them to vote, and that's a big problem, because that can definitely undermine the European Union if these people start voting in parties that are anti-European. So I think that empathy is needed actually on both sides, also from us towards the Germans, and other hawkish, I would say, European states. Particularly the people that suffer in these states, not because I think that we need to think of. There's a lot of heterogeneity amongst Portuguese, there's a lot of heterogeneity amongst Germans as well, and I think that it's important that we acknowledge that as well. Okay, so coming back to the jobs, that's of course the million-dollar question, but there are things that we should do definitely. So we should invest a lot more in education, and not only education, early childhood, that's crucial. There's a lot of research about the payoff of investing in early childhood, and I should say that, for instance, in Portugal, only 7 out of each, so 70% of the poor children do not attend kindergartens, 70% of the poor children. And so as Francesco was saying, it's exactly the same problem in Portugal as in Italy. There's a problem of affordability, and therefore it's the high-income kids that attend early childhood and kindergartens, and these are the ones who benefit the least from it, actually, because the stuff that they can get in early childhood programs, they can also get them from home. So that's something that definitely pays off, but of course, it pays off in 20 to 30 years. So we do need to educate and to give skills to the adult population as well. That's very important, also because in face of the tremendous changes in our economy that were very much accelerated actually by the pandemic transition to the digital and so on. So we also need to skill up the adult population. So education at all levels, at all moments of your life cycle. That's very important, and I do think that we have, and that comes back maybe to my first point about that we have this social security system, which I think is fundamentally flawed because it's based on taxing labor income to provide insurance to labor income, but taxing labor income makes creating jobs very expensive for firms. So we should split the taxes more evenly with across labor and capital. That would also be one part of the solution, and I guess that's one which is, more short run, because as I say, like education in particular, like early childhood education, that one only pays in a couple of decades. So yeah, I mean, we should maybe think about the robot tax, all these things that have been in the public debate. I think this would be part of the answer. But again, of course, it's $1 million question, so I don't really have the answer for that. But I have a couple of ideas. Thank you.
Francesco, you would like also to add something.
Yeah, just wanted to ask at the point, because I think the issue that was raised is a fundamental question, and I think we have to be clear on that. Otherwise, we go back of 10 years ago. We do not have, in my understanding, to understand social policy regulation or labor market regulation as in competition to competitiveness on the one hand and growth. Because that was exactly the error we did, was done in Greece. So my premise is the following. Greece was a failed country with a failed welfare state, with a completely not working pension system, and with not only for sustainability, this is the least of the problem in case they would have been bankrupt, but the problem was inequality in access to pension. It was even more problematic. It was a failure Greece because the healthcare sector system was accessible only for employees, so people with an employment contract, with all the others were left aside. And indeed, when there was a crisis and the employment rate fall, unemployment rate increased significantly, then people could not access to healthcare in Greece. This is all the premise. So what was the policy recipe? They said, okay, we have to increase competitiveness and growth, so let's deregulate the labor market, let's decentralize collective bargaining, let's reduce employment protection legislation, let's cut on minimum wage, and let's cut even more for youth minimum wage. Okay, this can be a policy recipe if you want to, use exactly wages and adjustment, etc., etc. But then what they did was to postpone all the product market reforms. And when we did our ex-post evaluation for the free adjustment program in Greece, what we noticed, and we did interview with employers, is that they say, yes, at the very beginning, we were able actually to profit of this adjustment factor. But in a recession where you lost 30% of your GDP, that's not enough. The very big problem in Greece was, for instance, the fact that the energy sector was a complete monopoly. That the product market regulation was reforms were implemented only at a later stage. So my main point is the following: we do not have to see the true side of the story as in contradiction. The point for me is that they should go along together. And what is being demonstrated by empirical studies is the cut of minimum wage in Greece was absolutely not effective in terms of in increasing employment rate. The problem was that Greece was lacking competencies and skills. And the manufacturing sector in Greece was absolutely low level. So Greece was suffering competition from third countries and were not able to stay in the single market with competitive products and to export in Europe. And I'm sorry to say it, but tourism is not enough. Yeah. I mean, even though, I have to say, as an Italian, obviously, I'm very familiar to our tourist sector in Italy, in Greece, in Portugal, in south of France, but it's not enough. Obviously, during the COVID-19...
I'd like to add something. Tourism is very, very risky.
It's very risky.
Investing only in tourism as like a way to escape crisis, disaster. And when you look at the regional impact of the COVID crisis in Portugal, the impact of tourism is like clearly there. You look at electronic transactions, like debit card transactions. We look at the number of people that were registered for local employment offices, and the region of Algarve is just overwhelming. What happened there? The south of Portugal Portugal completely collapsed. So it's nice to have tourism, I agree with Francisco, but you can't be like 100% touristic region. It's just too risky. The export of services is the first thing that collapses with, military, political risks, terrorism, and of course, climate change, all these extreme weather stuff like storms and all that. Service export is the first thing that collapses because people don't want to move around, when the world is dangerous in many respects. So I just wanted to second your.
One very, very last and quick question for Isabel Aguilar, please.
Thank you. Je vais parler en français, alors si vous avez besoin de vos écouteurs. Je trouve que le débat était très intéressant et bien sûr, on a survolé un sujet que je pense est très important quand on parle d'emploi et de justice sociale. Aujourd'hui, le 18 novembre, mon organisation, moi je suis membre du comité, je viens du groupe des travailleurs, je représente un syndicat espagnol. Mon syndicat aujourd'hui organise une campagne sur l'écart salarial hommes et femmes. Pourquoi le 18 novembre? Parce que à partir d'aujourd'hui, les femmes espagnoles travaillent gratuitement, puisque l'écart est de 12% dans les salaires. Ça veut dire que quand un homme gagne 1 euro, une femme en Espagne gagne 88 centimes d'euros. Et c'est un écart qui se répercute dans tous les pays européens. La moyenne européenne, ça doit être le 15%. Il y a des pays comme l'Estonie où on arrive au 23%. Quand on pose la question, est-ce que l'Europe peut faire plus pour la justice sociale, pour une meilleure Europe, je pense qu'on doit aussi poser la question du concret. Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire? Le vice-président Kylian l'a dit ce matin, des réponses concrètes, des pistes. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire au sujet de l'écart salarial? Comment on va dire aux femmes qui ont supporté déjà une crise en Europe, des mesures d'austérité et toute la crise Covid, qui a été supportée d'ailleurs par des systèmes publics de santé dans la plupart de nos pays, qui sont bien sûr un emploi éminemment féminin. Qu'est-ce qu'on va dire aux femmes? Quelles sont les pistes qu'on peut avancer pour arriver à combler cet écart? Il y a des études qui nous disent qu'à ce rythme-là, on en aura pour 20 ans, 30 ans. Alors, c'est un sujet que je pense doit être au centre de nos débats. Merci beaucoup pour cette dernière question.
Merci, merci pour votre question.
Oui, enfin, je pense qu'il faut que ce soit une femme ici qui répond à cette question. Donc, si les hommes me permettent, il y a en fait, voilà, la question de l'écart salarial entre hommes et femmes, elle est très importante. Et ce qu'on observe, c'est qu'il y a plusieurs raisons à cela. Déjà, les femmes sont présentes dans des professions qui sont différentes de celles des hommes. Donc, on observe très peu au sein de la même firme un homme et une femme qui font exactement la même chose et qui sont payés différemment. C'était le cas, hein, c'était le cas il y a pas longtemps. Dans les entreprises industrielles du nord du Portugal, il y a encore en fait des cas anecdotiques de cela. Mais c'est pas vraiment ça le problème, et c'est aussi pour cela que c'est très difficile, parce qu'on ne peut pas juste arriver dans une firme quelconque et commencer à comparer les salaires. Donc déjà, les femmes choisissent des occupations différentes, et ensuite elles choisissent aussi des firmes différentes. Donc il y a aussi beaucoup de recherches qui montrent que les femmes vont dans des boîtes qui sont peut-être plus petites ou qui ont peut-être un cadre de travail différent, qui fait aussi qu'après, elles payent des salaires moins importants. Donc voilà, ce qu'il faut faire, moi déjà... il faudrait, c'est sûr, enfin moi je pense que les quotas peuvent beaucoup aider. Donc déjà mettre des quotas pour les positions les plus importantes dans les entreprises, pour qu'il y ait des femmes aussi parmi les cadres des entreprises. Et cela va non seulement créer des role models, comme en plus créer, on espère, des méthodes de gestion qui soient plus faciles après pour que les femmes puisse être montée en fait dans l'échelle de l'entreprise. Et il faut sans doute aussi une réglementation du marché du travail qui aide à l'équilibre entre la vie familiale et la vie privée et la vie de travail. Parce que là, on sait aussi que les femmes sont encore celles qui portent de manière importante en fait la charge, le poids de la gestion de la famille pour celles qui ont des familles. Donc ça, c'est quelque chose d'important aussi. Et sans doute, encore une fois, par exemple, si on revient à ce dont Francesco a parlé et moi aussi, le problème des crèches, ça c'est encore quelque chose de très important. Donc en fait, il y a énormément de politiques, de volets politiques qu'on peut actionner dans le cadre de l'Union européenne, et où l'Europe peut avoir en fait un poids pour promouvoir le rôle des femmes et parce qu'ici l'idée c'est vraiment permettre aux femmes d'accéder à ces postes mieux payés et à des firmes qui ont peut-être une culture de gestion et de travail qui fait qu'en fait les femmes ne veulent pas y aller, et donc et c'est ça la question. Ce n'est plus une question d'aller dans des firmes et dire vous devez payer plus à Madame telle. On n'en est pas là. Et donc c'est vraiment une question de culture de gestion et de culture de travail. Voilà.
Thank you. Merci. Now I was going to speak in French. Our time has run out, and it was a real pleasure to be with you all. And I hope you have found the discussion interesting. For me, it was great to hear from you. And please give a warm applause to our panelists. Thank you very much.
You will see in the programme, how come I have to stand up here every time everyone's about to leave and the relief that's in? But I think it's been a really interesting day today. I want to remind you that tomorrow we have in the morning democracy and press freedom, two small issues that we'll be resolving by lunchtime. So I hope you get a good sleep tonight. And of course we have our dinner tonight at 8 o'clock. The address is in your programme, but there will be a bus departing from the hotel where we had lunch at 7:30. So if you want to get the bus there, please meet outside the hotel where we just were earlier today. That's it for most of you. For those of you who are guests of members of the committee, the communications people who have made your way here to be part of the programme, if I could ask you to stay on, not for an hour as is in the programme, but for about 15 or 20 minutes to have a small chat about how we can build on our collaboration and find ways of working together that we've discussed in the course of this morning already. I'd appreciate that if you can just stay in this room, and the rest of you are free to go and get ready for the dinner later. Thank you very much, and thank you to all our panellists.